thriller for the Spartans, a half-court heave. They went on the road. They stay atop the Big Ten. All that going on while the Pistons were throttling the Celtics. Good night of hoops.
Yeah, and tough to toggle back and forth, which I was trying to do, but obviously, the Pistons being on FanDuel, you got to switch apps on the TV.
Pain in the ass.
Get back to watching, regular TV with however you do it, and then obviously Michigan State on the Big Ten Network. It was a kind of a frustrating game. Not as ugly as we saw Michigan and Nebraska, but not a whole lot prettier.
No.
But to have a gritty win like that, and like that's kind of a primer for what we expect in either the Big Ten tournament or the NCAA tournament, right? A buzzer beater at the end, and everybody just goes bonkers.
I don't know what Maryland's doing shooting that shot with 4 seconds on the clock. I don't understand. You've got time to make another pass, take the last shot, try to get closer to the hoop, and their mistake is the Spartans' game.
Yeah.
And again, road wins, top 25 wins.
They build a resume.
Listen, will they shoot well enough to win 4 or 5 in a row in the tournament? That may be their fatal flaw, but they are the best team in the Big Ten, and they continue to put the clamps on late in the game. I think it was 5 straight minutes without a bucket for Maryland, and they've done this. Michigan, I think, was 4+ minutes. I think Purdue and Illinois had their water shut off the last 4 or 5 minutes of the game. You defend like that, you're going to give yourself chances.
Yeah, if you're a streaky shooting team or if you're just not a very good shooting team, then the other way to do it is to not let the other team score.
Some ticket text, 248-539-9797. Ticket texter says, Costa seems like a Michigan football guy and a Michigan State basketball guy, which is my least favorite guy.
Oh. Was that from Mike in West Bloomfield?
No, but Tom does note that is the description of Stoney.
Of Stoney,
yeah.
Yes.
Did I say
that
something?
Chair.
That came in before you said 5 words on the show. I was very why did this come in?
Do I strike you as like a big state hoops honk?
No.
And I feel like I was pretty critical of Michigan football this last season. I don't know. I guess between the two, Michigan football's better than Spartan football, so I'll give them more love. And between the two and hoops, MSU's better, so I tend to give them more love. It's the opposite of an agenda. Just who's ever good, I'll talk up. And if you struggle, I'll give you flack about it.
So you're a bandwagon fan.
I'm honest. There's no agenda. I don't claim to be a fan of either. John, you can't make this up. What am I wearing today? For those that can watch on Twitch, what am I wearing today?
Yeah, your alma mater, which you should.
Maroon and gold, baby.
Fire up chips.
Anyway. Text on the Pistons as well, 248-539-9797. This Pistons team is learning. They're taking that next step, and it's cool to see. I want to see Ivy get back, and then we can continue to build from there.
What did we hear from JB? And maybe Greg or Tom, you could take us back in the not so way back machine when they were in the midseason tournament and they had won a couple of games. And JB joined us just the day that they ended up losing, and he mentioned how this team is learning and to step up in big moments and play big when something is on the line. Now the in-season tournament, you could make of that whatever you want. But something was certainly on the line last night. Now, it wasn't a spot in the playoffs. It wasn't a playoff series. And who knows if in a 7-game series, can they play like that with that intensity every quarter, every game? I don't know. Can they hang with Boston in a situation like that? I don't know. And I don't care yet, but they did last night.
I think they can. And I would go back to Sunday and Monday's wins. I thought Sunday was a game a young team loses. They were up. And they blew it, and the Hawks took the lead, and then they bounced back. They put up 148. You come home the very next night, you play a Clipper team that's okay, but a young, inexperienced team loses that game, and they grinded that thing out on Monday night. And then you win the game last night, and Cade just had a so-so game in my mind compared to what he's been doing all season.
Yeah, but that's what they needed from him last night. There was a couple times where he took some shots, and he was off, but he didn't force anything at that point. And you look at it, what do you have, 11 assists?
Yeah.
Like that's what you need from a guy that, okay, if he's not going to be on but somebody else is, they give him the ball.
Exactly. But a lot of stars don't do that, John. Especially in the NBA.
I agree. I agree, but he is right now in that headspace.
Pistons have been a super attractive watch because, like the Tigers last year, it's a bunch of kids having fun and winning while doing it. There is a little bit of a Tigers quality to this, the suddenness of it all. And statement made.
Yeah.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, we all woke up to some sad news this morning. Legendary actor Gene Hackman was found dead in his Santa Fe home along with his wife and their dog. He was 95 years old. His wife, 63. The dog, I'm not sure.
So we don't have any answers.
In dog years.
They said foul play not involved.
Right.
But what's like
carbon monoxide?
All assumptions. We have no idea.
I have no idea.
It's just, it's not every day that a couple like that wakes up or doesn't wake up together.
And when I saw the news on my phone, when I woke up, all I saw was Gene Hackman, and I thought, okay, he's pretty old.
Yeah.
But then when I clicked on the article and saw more of the headline, I was like, well, this is a little different to see that everyone in their home has to wait together.
Yeah.
So very sad news. I'm sure we'll get more details as well. I'm going to continue with the sad news. Michelle Trachtenberg, did you guys know her?
I didn't. Sort of. Anyway, yes. When you see her picture, that's when you're like, oh, okay,
I think millennials or my age millennial would really know her because we're basically the same age, grew up watching her from Buffy the Vampire Slayer was like her big role, also in Gossip Girls, but she was acting at a young age as well on Nickelodeon, Harriet the Spy. Like I remember watching that movie when I was a kid. She was found dead by her mother in her New York home yesterday morning. 39 years old. Yeah. So there's no word yet on the cause of her death, but some sources say that she underwent a liver transplant within the past year, and there is some speculation that perhaps her body rejected it. But again, there's no word as to even why she needed that transplant in the first place. And she's never revealed any health issues, but fans have commented on her posts. She definitely didn't look like the image of health. She had lost a lot of weight, was quite thin, and people had commented on that, but she kind of always brushed it off and never said she was suffering. So very sad news there as well. I guess I can continue with some sad news if you want to look at it like this. Get ready to pay even more for eggs.
What's new?
Time to get some chickens.
The USDA is predicting that egg prices will jump another 41% this year, and it's basically all due to the bird flu. Yeah. The main reason egg prices are soaring, specifically this month, is that more than 166 million birds have been slaughtered to limit the spread of this bird flu after cases are found. And most of those are egg-laying chickens, right? Last month was the worst yet for egg farmers, with nearly 19 million egg-laying chickens being slaughtered.
See, that's sad news. They're all dying.
It is sad news.
The chickens are being slaughtered.
I said it was sad news, and it's sad news for our wallets. I mean, all of it's
yes.
It's all
anything
sad
that's
news.
not sad news in there.
McDonald's is celebrating 50 years of the Egg McMuffin, and they're celebrating in a very big way. So in honor of its 50th, McDonald's has this exclusive offer on Sunday's National Egg McMuffin Day. So you can get an Egg McMuffin, or you can get a sausage McMuffin with egg for $1 each.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
I'll take 5 of those.
You have to order it through the app.
Of course.
Yes,
please give us your information
Exactly.
so you can have this deal and we can have your info.
But it's only $1.
Okay.
So
Your info's only $1, John.
Right. Yeah.
there you have it. Let's see. Fresh off opening its first Metro Detroit location in Canton, Raising Cane's is planning to have a big footprint in Michigan. They're going to be all over. The plan is to open nearly 24 restaurants across the state. And a spokesperson is saying they're going to open 20 more restaurants over the next decade in Michigan. So right now we have one in East Lansing that opened in 2022. The one in Canton just recently opened. And then we know of a third location in Ann Arbor that's expected to open on June 3rd. We also know that there is a future location in Portage, which will open at some point in the future. Don't have dates on that yet, but then they're going to start popping up all over.
It's good. I've been to the one in Canton. And we've driven by it a number of times thinking, oh, let's go. And then we see the line and we're like, no.
No.
But yeah, if you get there at the right time, it's good.
Yeah.
Heather with the news. In the next hour, we'll have the 2 Grand Slam. That's 7:25. Dear John at 7:35. But before that, Ben Johnson taking shots at Jared Goff. Get to it next. 97.1. Mark Champion on the call. Pistons with their 8th win in a row. A statement win against the Boston Celtics, a 20-point win where they clamped down on defense. They were running. They played with effort from start to finish. You don't have to like the NBA product to recognize the Pistons are playing basketball the way the city can be proud of. John, we're going to keep mixing in the Pistons. But Ben Johnson.
Yeah.
Ben Johnson's taken some shots at Jared Goff.
So any of these individually, and what we don't know is what his personality, because we didn't hear Ben Johnson a whole lot. And everything that we heard from the Lions, it was all headlined by Dan Campbell. We don't necessarily know the relationship, we think it's good, between Jared Goff and the rest of this offense and the team, but specifically Jared Goff and Ben Johnson. Now, are these just joking remarks? They could be. And if you take any one of them by themselves, you're like, okay, whatever.
Innocent enough.
Yeah, and even the shot at Matt LaFleur, when in the opening press conference where hey, beat him twice, whatever it was, I don't even remember.
Yeah, that's basically what it was.
Again, any of them by themselves, you're like, whatever. But as time has gone on, and then you start playing these in compilation form, one after the other, you're like, this guy is a total D-bag, and he has certainly, in my book, become public enemy number 1 in Detroit. I don't know that there's any other way to look at it. And I have gone from, we love playing the Bears twice, love playing Green Bay, Minnesota. That's what makes the division great. But the number 1 game that is, whenever the schedule comes out and we know the exact dates of when they are playing, that first matchup with the Bears is must-see TV. And if the first time they play is in Detroit, that ticket's going to be a prize ticket. I want to kick his ass. There's no question about it.
Let's play some of the clips. The opening press conference, he went at LaFleur, but
Too much? Too much? No,
I don't think so.
Too much? No.
Look, you guys tell us.
Yeah.
Is he public enemy number 1? You want to kick his ass more than anybody right now in sports?
Come on, little fella. Let's go.
He's made an interesting choice to take pot shots at everybody else when he's inheriting the worst team in the division. But we'll play 2 different clips of him, indirectly and directly, taking shots at Jared Goff. The first is him talking about Caleb Williams.
So, clearly, no one is going to sit there and say that Jared Goff is a mobile quarterback. No one's going to make that argument. And, part of the reason that Caleb Williams is having to show that he can go off schedule is because your offensive line blows. And he was hit as much or if not more than any other quarterback. And I think we all believe that Caleb Williams is going to be a good quarterback. I'm not willing to say great or anything after that because he's a rookie, right? And he was also given one of the better wide receiving cores. He was given the opportunity to go in, much like JJ was at Minnesota, although he got hurt. We didn't see it. But to be able to throw to Addison and Jefferson and Hockenson, and then you look at and you say, okay, Odunze and Moore and everybody else that they had in Chicago, like, pump the brakes a little there, bud. Like, it's
John, take a text that just came in. I'm not so crazy now, am I? Sounds like Ben wanted Hooker too. Jamar and Westland. The second clip is Ben Johnson talking up Penei Sewell, the trick play where he threw the ball.
So when I heard that yesterday, again, you hear any one of these and you're like, that's cute. It's fun. Then I saw it and I saw his smug little face and the smile. And it just, that's when he became public enemy number one for me. That was the straw that broke the camel's back. Like I can't take it anymore. Keep talking there, little fella, and let's see what happens next year when you're the one that is coming out and making all these comments. You better be damn good. You better back it up.
You guys have heard it. You guys have probably seen it before we brought it up. Individually, one-off comment here, okay, but multiple comments, dogging Jared Goff as you move on to the Chicago Bears. Does it make him public enemy number one? 248-539-9797. I do have to ask, though, isn't he right?
What, that Jared Goff isn't mobile and he now has a mobile quarterback?
Yeah.
So that's why originally I was like, yeah, okay, tell me something I don't know. But it just, and again, like I said before, if any of these is a one-off and that's all you hear, you're like, okay, fine, whatever. You know what? You're stating the obvious. Good job, coach. But then you hear them back to back and you hear, he keeps taking these little funny shots. Like, is he a comedian? Is that his personality? Is he a funny guy?
But there is the deeper conversation here, though. Is that a concern that he's right? That you don't have a guy in today's NFL who can make the out-of-structure, off-schedule creation plays? Like, is there the deeper conversation? Like, we can go surface level and, punchable face, let's get him. Is maybe part of the reason that bothers us is it is a concern for the Lions.
Sure, it's a concern that he's not Josh Allen and can run around, or Lamar Jackson, or Patrick Mahomes, or...
how many Super Bowls have Allen and Jackson been in?
0.
How many Super Bowls has Jared Goff been in?
One.
I mean,
where he played
I'm not
very
saying
poorly.
he's necessarily a better quarterback because he's not. But
No.
for me, this comes across. I've been very patient, kind of, with this Ben Johnson stuff, and in terms of
I was until yesterday too.
Yeah, and for me, John, he comes across as a guy who thinks awfully damn high of himself.
Yeah, like I know more than anybody else. Well, okay, buddy, where were you against the Commanders?
It's like somebody, when he would go home for the
Smartest guy
night,
in the
like
room.
his wife's sitting at home and she's got this like air pump and she's like just pumping it, and Ben's head just going. Seriously, he comes across that way. First off, Ben, you know what? Dan Campbell made you. You were a nobody. You were a retread leftover tight end coach from the Matt Patricia staff. And Dan Campbell took over play calling, and he brought you along and tutored you into being, I do think, a pretty good offensive coordinator. Don't think you've got it made. Don't think you're the biggest guy in there. He comes across as reading his own headlines. And I think he got too much credit here. I still did give Dan Campbell more credit for the offense than I do Ben Johnson. People can call me an idiot for that, but we'll see how it plays out.
Thank you. I agree. Let's see how it plays out. Does Jared Goff need to play better against the Commanders? Yep. Did he need to play better against the Patriots when he was in the Super Bowl? Yep.
Mm-hmm.
But let's just go back to the regular season, and I know it matters more in the playoffs. That's when you have to win. He's had a couple of years, back-to-back years, career years, and he's not the same quarterback that he was 6 or 7 years ago. He's not the same quarterback he was 3 years ago. He's a guy that we know, and there's not a lot of – Patrick Mahomes is one that needs less. It's not that he doesn't need everything around him, because what did we see in his 2 losses? An offensive line. Mm-hmm. Patrick Mahomes needs an offensive line. Hello, it's not rocket science. And you have to be able to have a certain amount of talent around you. Some quarterbacks need more than others. There's no question Jared Goff needs talent around him. Again, that's master of the obvious.
I just wonder if that's where some of the frustration is actually coming from. That Ben Johnson called it out.
He wasn't coaching Patrick Mahomes. Sure, insert 31 other offensive coordinators or head coaches.
No, I'm saying the blowback in Detroit. We're mad at him because he's right. We're mad at him because he dared point out the thing that we deep down are concerned about. We know you can win with Jared Goff.
But these aren't secrets. It's not like we haven't talked about them before.
People don't like when you bring it up. People don't like when you bring that he doesn't operate out of structure. People don't like when you bring up that he's the biggest reason they lost that playoff game.
Okay.
People don't like when you take shots at Jared Goff. People are very defensive of Jared Goff. How much of that is part of the dynamic here?
Well, how much that we defend our own players? I think that's fan 101.
Mm-hmm. But that someone would be brutally honest about it, and we can't handle that.
Again, if we hadn't talked about those things and weren't brutally honest ourselves, no one is going to sit there and make an argument and tell you, oh, he's wrong. Jared Goff is a good runner.
He just shouldn't have said it. That's what you're saying.
Again, the one-offs, no problem. And and pumping up Penei Sewell, no problem. Like we know he's a great. He might be the best athlete on the team.
QB2 apparently.
But to then throw and go Jared Goff,
he said it kind of like a DB.
Yeah. And that's why I say when I heard it, I was like, whatever. But then you saw it, and you saw his facial expression, and you saw the delivery. The visual changes it for me.
We'll take more phone calls on this because people have reactions to Ben Johnson. He took a couple of pot shots at Jared Goff. It's 97-1.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank, and I think you should as well, with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to take the time to get to know you, build a financial plan that fits your unique situation. I can tell you it's true because they've done it for me, and they've modified it time after time and have bent over backwards to make it possible. When you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well, and they volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
It's Ben Johnson. He said that. And he also talked about how excited he is to work with Caleb Williams because for the first time in his career, he has a quarterback that can operate out of structure, off schedule, and can create.
But, I mean, when we do this and we talk about Jared Goff's deficiencies, we also don't talk about a lot of times we don't talk about the things that he does great that Caleb Williams may eventually get to. But because, he says it's not always about the progression 1, 2, 3. Jared Goff is really good at the 1, 2, 3, and then hitting 4.
And Ben acknowledges as much as you want to make it pure progression, there's too much variety. The pass rush is coming. You have to extend plays. He said all this, and people looked at it. Even Kirby Joseph, I think, acknowledged it like, really, dude?
Yeah.
You're taking shots at your guy, Jared Goff. You were all riled up. You said Ben Johnson's public enemy number 1. Individually, the comments are whatever. But stacking them all up, you're being a DB and you're public enemy number 1. Tom's getting all riled up behind the glass over there about it too, saying Dan Campbell made you. Ticket texters are comparing him to Matt Patricia and Josh McDaniels.
Oh.
And I just wondered, are we lashing out and acting a little defensive? Because he was right. I think our reaction kind of comes across as a little defensive.
I want to clarify. I think there's two things going on here. First off, I have some serious questions whether Jared Goff can win a Super Bowl here. I do. I think he's the number 1 reason why they lost the Washington game, not Ben Johnson being distracted, okay? However, this guy totally is letting his success get to his head. You can see it. You can hear it in his voice. I've never heard such a... Like, he thinks awfully damn high of himself. He thinks he's the smartest guy in the room. And the bottom line is Dan Campbell did make him.
To the phones we go, 248-539-9797. Ron and Macomb, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you guys?
What's up? What do you got, Ron?
Hey, so I think we're being a little sensitive on this. In the first clip, he didn't even bring up Jared Goff's name. Did you want him to tell you about how much better his situation was in Detroit than it is in Chicago? I mean, he just took this job. You want him not to talk about how athletic his quarterback is? I think we're really reaching on that. I mean, if the team wants to use it for motivation, great. Well, I think we're being a little sensitive on it. I just don't understand what we want him to say. Like, Detroit was such a great place for me, and this isn't going to be as good. I mean, what did we want him to say? I think we're reaching on it, to be honest.
So, Ron, I don't disagree with you. And if it was just a one-off, but when you hear all of them together, and they're obviously he's not saying them all together, so we are putting them in context, in the context that we want to upset us. It's just, if, like Dan Campbell, when he came here, it wasn't about anything other than the culture that I'm going to instill. We're going to bite kneecaps. It's going to be physical. And there are a lot of people that looked at that and made fun of him until he showed that it was the way to do things in Detroit.
Yeah, but John, they're different guys. Like, you want him to be there and not be, like, to Tom's point, you want him not to be confident. You want him not to be full of himself. Well, you're a head coach in the NFL. I think you would probably be a pretty confident guy, whether you proved it or not.
Right, but he's a head coach in the NFL that has yet to coach an NFL game.
You throw it in with the opening press conference where he went at LaFleur, we're going to beat him twice a year. You're the last place team in the division. I think both things can be true. He can come across as a DB, but he also could have made a really accurate point.
Sure.
Ticket Texter says, maybe I'm naive. I think he was just punching the side of a friend. He just forgot that's not a friend anymore.
Well, I mean, yes, you could still be. This is the great thing about sports is you can make jabs, and you could do those things. Again, we don't know and haven't heard any context of his relationship with Matt LaFleur. Like, I don't know what that relationship is. I would assume that there's a punch in the side relationship with him. Same thing with Jared Goff. You worked together for 4 years, and we always hear about the relationship between OC and quarterback. And when you have that success, we assume that it's a good relationship, and maybe it's a punch in the side. It's just coach a game. Let's see what you can do.
I just feel with Ben Johnson, it's like I think the Lions and I think the offense got away a little bit from who they were. in terms of running the football. And I've yet to hear Ben Johnson really talk about we need to commit to running the football here. And I think he's taking that for granted in Chicago, and I think he took it for granted here. I mean, heck, you can call out the one play in the beginning of the Commanders game, the third one, empty backfield. And what are you doing here? And I think you will see the Detroit Lions getting back to committing to the run. And why? Because Jared Goff's worst game as the Lions quarterback is when he has a high pass attempt.
Yeah, 40, 50, 55 in the first loss this
We
season.
know what we have here. It's not to be critical of him. He is a tier 2 quarterback. Somebody texted in, how can you say he can't win because he's 27-7 the last 2 years? You know what? Matt Ryan got 3 1 seeds. How many rings did he get? He's a tier 2 quarterback.
You can win a Super Bowl with a tier 2 quarterback.
You can win a Super Bowl tier 2 quarterback, but you've got to have a running game, and you got to have a lot of things around you right.
And you can't turn the ball over 4 times.
Exactly.
Right, and you have to have a defense.
I think, though, turning the ball over 4 times was a part of a little bit of an offensive coordinator putting you in bad spots and not knowing what you have and managing it. Ben Johnson, the more the trick plays worked, the more he tried, and he went so far that you got the JMO play.
Okay. This ticket texter says Ben Johnson was already public enemy number 1 when it was obvious he put more energy into building his coaching staff than prepping for the Washington game. The reason I read this text, I feel like the fans from that game, and this topic only reinvigorates it, have put the blame on Ben Johnson more than their own quarterback. I felt it the days following that game. I feel it weeks and even months following that game, that people will not want to blame their own and want to lash out at Ben Johnson. Jared Goff was the biggest reason they lost that playoff game. You say it, you acknowledge it, you learn from it, you can still win with him, but I don't think there are people who want to hear this about their quarterback.
Okay, well, let's go back. I mean, this is recency bias, because let's go back a year at NFC Championship game. One of the biggest reasons they had built a 17-point lead was Jared Goff.
Correct.
The reason they lost that 17-point lead wasn't Jared Goff.
Correct.
He was good enough to get to the Super Bowl,
Yep.
and who knows if they would have beaten Kansas City or not. They showed that they opened the season like that.
Well, and that's why I didn't overreact to what happened in this year's playoff game and said, relapse, you got to find a new quarterback. Jared's your quarterback. But just because someone else points out those deficiencies doesn't make them a bad guy.
No, but when you look at their face and the way they say it, sometimes it's, I mean, let's go back to what Mom always taught me. It's not what you say, it's how you say it.
Trust
it's
me,
how
I know
said it.
I'm a victim of that myself. I know how that goes, John.
Oh, I know. Yes, I have the visual of watching you, say words all day long.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
To keep you up at night?
Yeah. No, not like Heather.
Okay. We got Lions phone calls to poor Heather sitting over here, minding her business.
Taking strays. Goff taking strays. Heather taking strays. Next on the list is probably Colin.
Well, it's easy, I guess.
Yes, if we're working down the list.
Oh, no. Heather's over here prepping the news and the 2 Grand Slam. We'll get Lions phone calls after the update, 97.1. 7 o'clock hour. Pistons have won 8 in a row. They're part of the show today. We opened up with them. If you missed it, use that Odyssey rewind. We're going to get back into the Pistons later this hour. We've got Dear John. We've got the 2 Grand Slam. Working Heather's News. Ben Johnson with his comments mentioning Jared Goff multiple times, taking some little shots at him. How did it sit with you? Let's get to the phones and the ticket text. One texter says, I cannot wait for them to whoop the Bears' ass. Ben Johnson's a punk who hasn't earned anything yet. Texter says, Ben didn't have to go with bringing up Jared Goff. He could have left it with better than some others, but instead intentionally mentioned Jared Goff and did it in that annoying tone. Okay, Texter says the segment proves Lions fans are still hurt by Ben leaving. Some of the mixed response.
Yeah, and here's some on Twitch. Ben Johnson has smarmy tendencies. And a quick follow-up.
Oh, boy.
Much like a certain host.
Okay. Knew where that was going.
I'll say this. The last week before your vacation, you weren't checked out.
You're right. All right, let's get some phone calls. Paul in Clinton Township. Paul, good morning.
Hey, guys, thanks for taking the call. So I'm glad that one texter pointed out to your prior caller, because the guy that thought that we were making stuff up, he literally said our right tackle threw the ball better than our quarterback, and he made sure to say his name, as the guy said, in a swarmy fashion. So I don't think we're making anything up. I agree with Gov, and I didn't. This ain't sour grapes for me. I was personally just fine with the fact that he was going to move on, and because I sit and the type of team I personally like. I sat and watched Philadelphia take Washington apart by running the football in that game, and all it did was get me even more upset, thinking, okay, you have a chance to go up 14-3 in a playoff game, and you guys mentioned it, empty backfield, third down, and not just empty backfield. He didn't even have Gibbs in the game. If you're gonna have a guy go out wide, he has Montgomery doing that. To me, I thought similarly, almost in lockstep with Gov, he got a little full of himself. I thought that was a resume game. And yes, did Goff play poorly? Yes, he did. But also, like Gov said, he contributed to that. Know what you have. Know what the other team is. The 30th ranked run defense in the league. And you have a quarterback that depends pretty much on play action pass. And you have a defense that you want to keep off the field. To me, I was fine with it. I have zero problem, and I'm looking forward to seeing a new offensive coordinator come in here, recommit back to the run and being a more physical football team than what I believe they turned into by the time that Washington game rolled around.
Appreciate the phone call, Paul. Let's keep mixing in some thoughts from Lions fans on this. Next up is Sal in Canton. Sal, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
What's
Good
up?
morning.
All right. Yeah, I just got to ask you guys' opinion. Do you think that Ben Johnson is saying these things to turn this into a big-time rivalry, a marketing scheme? Because after all, we're talking about the Bears. Is he saying these things to maybe get more viewers or sell more tickets? What do you guys think?
Well, I don't think I mean, he could say whatever he wants. I don't think he needs to. I think there's a lot of excitement, and rightfully so, that he is in Chicago. Their fans are excited for Ben Johnson. I don't know that they're going to sell more tickets because he's creating or adding to the rivalry with the Packers or the Lions or the Vikings. Like, it does already exist.
And he's not getting paid extra money if they sell extra seats.
Yeah.
His deal is his deal. No, I think this is who he is. John, you made the point. We don't hear from him a ton as a coordinator. He'd speak once a week, and it'd be very game plan specific. As a head coach, his opening press conference was taking shots at LaFleur, and he's taken multiple shots at Jared Goff. This is who he is.
Yeah.
I don't think it's
We'll
an
see
act.
who he is as a head coach, a leader of a franchise, a leader of men, not just a guy that's standing there with the clipboard and laughing on the sidelines because he called a trick play.
Jeff and Lapeer, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, Bowies, and good morning, Heather. I think this guy is the definition of a troll. I don't know. I didn't see the video of him saying it, but he is just the definition of a troll. He's taking some information that we all know about Jared Goff, and we all know that he's not super mobile, and we know all the facts, but he's just putting it in a way to just get us upset. So I think he's doing, I don't know, in his mind, he's kind of sounds like a weird guy, but he's just been able to just troll perfectly to get all Detroit upset about making fun of our quarterback and everything. So,
yeah, and I mean the only way that this has any effect is if Jared Goff goes out there against Chicago and tries to do something that is outside his wheelhouse, outside the game plan.
But that is an issue. In the few times that Goff struggled, that was the criticism even from his own coach. He tried to do too much. That's the key. You got to stay reined in and stay within yourself.
But who called the 55 pass plays against Tampa?
Ben Johnson's.
See, I'm getting serious Mike Martz vibes
Great
from
comparison.
Ben Johnson.
Great comparison.
Dick Vermeil, you can make fun of him all you want for how emotional he got at times, but at least he was real. Dan Campbell's real. Mm-hmm. And Dick Vermeil was a leader of men, and when Mike Martz took over the Rams, they got more away from Marshall Faulk and more he got caught up in the greatest show on turf hype.
Yeah.
And he was so arrogant that he moved on from Kurt Warner because he thought Mark Bulger could do the same thing. Who won in the end?
Kurt Warner.
Mike Martz was a fabulous offensive coordinator. I'm not trying to assassinate Ben Johnson here today, but I think a little humble pie.
What have I always
How about some
said?
humbleness? How about, who comes up? Somebody summed it up perfectly on Ticket Text. You hear Aaron Glenn doing this? Is he placating to the New York crowd? Because
No.
I'll tell you what, right now, they would like this a lot more than even Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
There are some that are really good position coaches. There are some that are great play callers and coordinators. And there are some that are just great head coaches. We don't know what Ben Johnson's going to be as a head coach, as a leader of men, like Vermeil was, like Marty Schottenheimer was. Like all of these guys were really good to great head coaches, and not every play caller can make that transition from coordinator to head coach.
If I was Chicago, look, I needed to get someone for Caleb Williams. I needed to get an offensive coach. I think you looked at Ben Johnson as the best name on the market. It is not a sure thing it's going to work in Chicago for a lot of the reasons you're talking about, John, because it doesn't always translate play caller to head coach. You have to be the buck stops here guy. You have to be the leader. You have to set the tone and the culture. And I'm just telling you, if Ben Johnson, he said it's turnkey in Detroit, right? That was one of his quotes is whoever was the next OC in Detroit was going to have it made. Well, what does that say about him? Like, that's the other thing. If this is Dan Campbell's offense and his structure and his culture, it's far from a given that it's going to work for Ben Johnson in Chicago.
Yeah. I mean, it's, you look at Josh McDaniel. What? A good play caller, especially with a good quarterback. But as a head coach, has not found a way to make it happen. Norv Turner, my first head coach, an unbelievable play caller. Terrific coach, just not a great head coach.
Get some more thoughts on the phones. Alex in Ann Arbor. Alex, good morning.
Hey, Jim. How you guys doing?
Hey,
Good.
what's up?
Yeah, I think you guys have kind of hit it nail on the head. I mean, this is who Ben Johnson is. He's always been a little arrogant with the way he calls plays and his hiring cycles in the past. I think he's just an arrogant guy. So whether that translates, we could stay here and probably say it might not work, but it might for them. But, yeah, I would lean that it probably won't work in Chicago, and I think the offense will be just fine long-term with John Moran running the show just because there's too much talent that they don't have in Chicago.
Alex, I think you're onto something with the word arrogant because it's part of his quote, too, about out of structure and creative. These are all really good things, but right now Jared Goff's still the better quarterback than Caleb Williams. It's the arrogance to assume I will make Caleb Williams better than Jared Goff. That's where it comes from, right? This idea that I've got more, like a higher ceiling, but he's not better right now, but you're looking at it and thinking, I am the one who will unlock it, right? That's where that comes from.
Yeah, and when you're able to back it up and you say certain things or you do certain things, like you're able to back it up, I don't necessarily know that that's arrogance until you take it too far. And the only thing we don't know, and he may be able to back it up as a head coach, but that's the unknown.
248-539-9797. Jared Goff, Ben Johnson. Can't wait for those games next season. We got Heather's News coming up next. We got the 2 Grand Slam, your chance to win $2,000 at 725. Dear John, bottom of the hour, it's 97.1.
Hey, a personal injury of any sort is, in fact, personal. Injury attorney David Feminino has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who have been injured. David is also dedicated to ensuring that you get all the medical care that you need to put your life back together after an accident. You need an attorney that's going to make it personal, and that attorney is David Feminino. So if you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell them to call David Feminino at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
All right, Heather, what's going on?
Well, the NFL Players Association released its 2025 report card, and the Detroit Lions finished as a top 10 team. So the Lions were ranked 9th, and Dan Campbell received an A+, which is pretty awesome.
There you go.
And on the NFLPA website, it says, when asked what the team does best, the players' resounding answers were culture and leadership, reflecting the great work of Campbell as a head coach. It also said players identified 2 areas for improvement: updating outdated lockers and further enhancing the food program. So there you have it. And when it comes to Campbell specifically, they noted how 100% of the players on the roster believe their head coach is efficient with his time. Players also expressed that Campbell is highly receptive to feedback from the locker room. And then, of course, they go and break down everything. So he got an A+, the training room got a B+, team travel a B+, treatment of families a B, ownership a B+, training staff a B, strength coaches A-. The lowest score was the locker room, C+, food and dining B-, and then the weight room a B, and nutritionalist, dietitian a B.
I love the fact that the players think that 100% said he is efficient with their time. There is nothing, and it doesn't matter if it's football, it's any business. When you feel your time is being wasted, that is a trigger for me. It sets me off.
Yeah.
And I know it is for those guys as well. So great job by him in recognizing that and doing that.
For sure. So the Detroit Tigers have announced their broadcast talent for the 2025 season, and it's got the usual cast that you would typically expect. Jason Benetti will be, the television play-by-play announcer. Andy Dirks, Dan Petrie, they'll be the primary analyst. Dan Dickerson will be returning, of course. What would it be without his voice, right? My goodness, to the radio booth. But there is one big name missing, and that's Johnny Kane as a sideline reporter. So Daniela Bruce has been hired as one of 2 sideline reporters for the Tigers TV broadcasts. The other sideline reporter will be hired in the near future. And there was a job posting just recently, so anyone could apply. So he could apply as well as anyone else to see if they get the job. But
I thought he was really good. I don't know.
I've always liked him.
Yeah.
So
I thought so too.
Well, maybe he'll be back, but it sounds like he has to
apply
and whatever that means. So anyway, we'll see who will be on the sideline as well. This is so cool. The world's steepest race is once again returning to the UP. And this is cool to me because this is right near our cottage, and we go every year to visit Copper Peak. And if you don't know Copper Peak, it's a massive ski jump. I think it's like the tallest, I don't know, in the world maybe, or in America, but it's sweet. So Copper Peak will be hosting the Red Bull 400 for the first time since 2019, and it has nothing to do with skiing or with snow. But on May 10th, participants will start at the bottom of the jump and race upwards, climbing the world's tallest artificial ski jump. And I have climbed down it numerous times.
Much easier.
Have you never gone up it?
Well, actually, you know what? I have gone up it. Okay, so they have stairs on the side.
Right, but you haven't gone up the jump itself.
So are they running up the jump? I would imagine.
I would think so, yeah.
No, I've never gone up the jump, and I've never raced.
Yeah.
I mean, I've walked slowly up the stairs, right? Anyway, kind of cool. More than 800 participants are expected to head to Ironwood for this year's event. And I saw that, and I was like, well, maybe we should plan our vacation and go up there and watch this race. It seems like a mess to me, but it could be fun. Let's see. Oh, sad news. Legendary actor and 2-time Oscar winner Gene Hackman was found dead inside a Santa Fe home alongside his wife and their dog. So the two had been married for 34 years. No foul play is suspected and no cause of death has been announced, which is, there's all sorts. You can speculate what could have happened. He was 95 years old. She was only 63. So very sad news for sure. And I'd also heard the other sad news before I found out about this, about Michelle Trachtenberg. She was an actress, remembered for her positive energy after she was found dead in her New York home Wednesday morning. And there's tons of celebrities that are posting tributes on social media to her. They're sharing their stories from their time working with her. Kenan Thompson, Allison Hannigan, Paris Hilton, Kate Beckinsale, Blake Lively, everyone are posting tributes. There's no word yet on her cause of death either. Sources do say she had a liver transplant recently. So this is interesting. A love letter written by a young Michael Jordan is now up for auction. And this auction house calls the letter remarkable, says it's one of the most amazing Michael Jordan items they've ever seen. So it was a letter, a 2-page handwritten letter to his high school sweetheart. You know, it's on like notebook paper dated May 20th, 1981, 18 years old, senior in high school when he wrote it. If you're interested in the letter, it started at a starting bid of $10,000, currently over $11,000 right now. What are you thinking?
No, Greg stepped up to the mic, and I want to know
I
if
had
he
a
had a
sex joke. I'm just going to read it.
Okay, all right.
Gosh. Yeah.
Got it.
Normally, I'd look to John for that. All right, let's get to the 2 Grand Slam.
I'm growing up.
Let's not go that far.
Let's give away some money. We've been so close the past couple of games. This could be the day. Rules are super simple. Our contestant could win $2,000 in 60 seconds if they can answer 10 questions correctly. Of course, if they can't, they're going to get $25 for each question they do get right.
It's Steve and Carlton's lucky day. Good morning, Steve.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good, Steve.
That's Stephen Charlevoix.
Oh. Yeah, that is Stephen Charlevoix. Sorry to Steve and Carlton, wherever you may be this morning.
Yeah.
It is not your lucky day. Not as lucky as Steve and Charlevoix.
Yeah,
My
how's
bad.
the weather up there? Any snow?
Yeah, tons of snow, but at least it's warming up a little bit. So
Okay. All right.
All right, Steve, you know how to play, correct?
I do.
If you don't know one, pass, and we'll get back to it if there's enough time. Okay, here we go. Your time is going to start when I read the first question. Who did the Pistons play last night?
Celtics.
Who do the Red Wings play tonight?
Oh, pass.
Who was the head coach of the Red Wings the last time they won the Stanley Cup?
Scotty Bowman.
What is 16 plus 17?
33.
Who wears number 33 for the Detroit Tigers?
Oh, man. Pass.
This country artist had the 2024 hit Love Somebody.
Morgan Wallen.
Who played Jack Sparrow in the first Pirates of the Caribbean?
Johnny Depp.
Who is the head coach of the Detroit Pistons?
Bickerstaff.
US 24 is also known as this road in Southeast Michigan.
Telegraph.
Who is co-hosting with Rico Beard this week on The Ticket?
Stoney.
Who do the Red Wings play tonight?
Sorry.
I got you with 7.
Hey,
Yeah.
not bad, Steve.
Yeah, that's a good showing.
Yeah, Babcock. That's the other one I know I got wrong. So.
Yeah. We got you on that one. That was a good showing.
Mm-hmm.
That was a really good
Thank you.
showing.
Appreciate it.
So I was waiting for that drop.
$175. Not
Uh-huh.
bad.
Yeah. Get you plowed out.
There you go. Good use of the money.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, stay on hold. We got to make sure that you get paid. Jimmy, let's go through these.
Let's do it. Who'd the Pistons play last night?
That would be the Celtics. You got that one.
Statement win, 20-point win. The Wings tonight will play
The Blue Jackets. And they'll play them on Saturday, too. And the reason this one should have been gettable is because of they're playing in the Horseshoe. They're playing back-to-back. Not until the Horseshoe until Saturday, but
head coach of the Red Wings the last time they won the Cup.
yeah. I mean, a solid answer, but wrong.
16 plus 17. Took a second, took a deep breath. 33.
But he got it.
Carry the one. Yeah, okay.
Number 33 for the Tigers.
Colt Keith. Got to know your rosters.
Country artist that had the 2024 hit Love Somebody.
Morgan Wallen.
Yeah, got it right. Johnny Depp was Jack Sparrow in Pirates of the Caribbean. JB Bickerstaff, the head coach of the Pistons.
Kind of felt like that might have been he was doing the math in his head still, the little bit of a trick question, but then he hit Bickerstaff.
US 24 is known as this road in Southeast Michigan.
Yeah, glad to know somebody living up north got the telegraph.
He got that quickly, too.
Yeah.
John, if you know this, you're the biggest geography snob ever. So I've asked both Greg and Jim Costa in the last day when I looked this up. We look up everything. I'm like, I'm curious where the other end of US 24 is, just out of curiosity. Can you guess what state US 24? If you say it starts in Michigan, where does it end?
Well, I know it goes all the way down to, sometimes I would take it down to Monroe, so it's got to be Ohio.
No.
Further.
U.S. route, so it's definitely long. These were here before the interstate. So, Colorado.
What?
Yes.
Colorado. Huh.
Yeah, Greg and I took a stab, and it's funny, we had the same answer. Independently, we thought, I don't know, Alabama? It's
right, because it's due
runs through the
south.
whole, no, it's Colorado.
Yeah, but
and
it's an even number.
What does that mean?
So it's got to go east-west.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so, yeah, Colorado makes sense, yeah.
It does.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I just didn't think it went that far.
Yeah, me either. Yeah, obviously.
Who's co-hosting with Rico this week?
Oh, that would be Stoney, which he got.
Michael Steven Stone. All right, coming up next, it's Dear John. It's 97.1. All right, we've been talking about the Pistons who have won 8 straight statement win last night. We brought up Ben Johnson taking pot shots at Jared Goff, but we have to do Dear John.
Yeah.
We have to get people's questions, and we need to get the advice from John Jansen. Heather, you want to start us out?
Yeah, this one, splitting rent.
Oh.
Yeah. Dear John, I'm moving in with my girlfriend of just over a year. Her lease is up and mine will be up shortly after. It's the next logical move in the relationship and it will save us both money. But that's where the question comes in. Do we split 50-50? That's my thought. Or base it on income, which is her idea. I do make a bit more than her. John, what have you done in the past and what would you recommend?
Well, in the past, I've always paid for the rent or the mortgage. But so my question is, what is the rent if they split it compared to what she's paying now? Will it be less than she is currently paying? And if that's the case, then I think they should just split it 50-50. They're both living there the same amount. But again, I think this is a great conversation for them to have to see if they can work this out and come to an agreement that they both like before they actually end up living together and make that next step in their relationship.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's you must talk about finances before you really get into a relationship.
And what are they doing with the other expenses? Because there's obviously going to be shared food in the fridge.
And utilities.
Right. And now I mean, this may be a wrong assumption, but I would assume that he would eat more than her. So does he pay for more of the groceries? Well, all of those different things are what needs to be ironed out. But if it's less than what she is paying currently in rent, now if they're going somewhere because he can afford it and she necessarily can't, and it's going to cost her more, then yeah, I think you adjust the share that you're paying.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I've never really been in this situation. I lived with one person before I got married to Colin, and we split the rent 50-50.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Once you're married, you are doing it based off of percentage, though, at that point, right? Whether you want to or not.
I feel like I guess so. Yeah, I don't need.
Because there's one pot of money that comes in every month from the two of you, and you pay all the bills.
The two of you.
Exactly.
Yeah, but it all depends on how do you keep finances separate. What happens when you have kids? Does one parent stay home? I mean, things get more complicated or more intricate at that point.
Yeah, like a roommate, you're splitting 50-50. But I think a partner you're serious with, I would tend to slide more towards doing it percentage. That's a person you care about. If it's someone you're going to spend forever with, I think it should be proportionate to what you bring to the table. So both parties bring it.
That they're saying forever. They're just saying this is the next step.
Well, that's where the gray area is. You just started moving in. So,
yeah, I don't know. I would think to start things off, let's see how this goes, 50-50, and then go from there.
John, this next one is titled Installing a Generator.
Oh.
Dear John, I'm feeling really handy after completing a couple house projects. Everything's on YouTube now. I finished installing a home security system, some landscape lighting last fall. I think I can install the generator too, but my wife has been Googling all the things that can go wrong. Am I biting off too much, or can the internet school me up enough to do the job right?
It depends on your experience. How much experience do you have with electricity? Because there's I have investigated this just in the past week, having somebody come out and give me an estimate on a generator. And there are... especially if you want it to kick on automatically, there are, switches that need to be working, efficiently, because sometimes that power comes off, it comes on, it goes off. There's blackout switches. There's all of these different things that you have to install and get okayed by the inspectors. There's also, if it's going to be, a whole home generator and it's going to be hooked up to your natural gas, then you've got to run a gas line. I think that's also where it becomes very complicated. I would be okay myself exploring the option of doing the electricity. Hooking up the gas line, things that go boom, no.
Yeah, hire it out, man. There's certain things you should do on your own, like you can figure out how to do, but when it comes to this and what you just said, to me, that's not worth it. You hire that, you let a professional do it.
Well, when you also hire a professional, there's also warranties that come with it. And if something goes wrong, you have somebody else to call and make the repair, and it's not going to cost you.
Yeah, anything with gas or high voltage, you should probably pay somebody else to do.
The high voltage, it doesn't make me nervous. The gas, that makes me nervous.
Yeah, no.
Got another one?
Oh, sure. I'll read them. I'm waiting in anticipation. I'll read it. Fixing my reputation. Dear John, I messed up at work and my reputation is stained. How to come back after completely destroying my reputation in a very small sector where everybody knows everyone. I did a breach of contract, lied about it, got caught, and fired. I know I'm stupid, but I'm looking for advice on how I should move forward if I want to continue working in that field. Thank you.
Well, there's no way. I mean, people are, especially if it's a small, sector of the area that you're working in, people are going to talk. People are going to call your former employer. Why was this individual fired? You got to own it. And when you're in the interview, when it comes up, say, hey, why did you leave your last job? Be honest and don't say I didn't leave voluntarily. I was fired. Here's why I was fired. Here's what I've learned from this, and I'm hoping to be able to, to rebuild my reputation in this field. I think I'm really good at it, and I understand that I made a gigantic mistake. And then also come up with some things like, here are some things I'm willing to do, and whether it's reporting on a daily basis or on a weekly basis, and then after you've been there for a while, it's reporting on a monthly basis. You're going to have to build trust. And there's no better way to do it than just, first of all, owning it, and then coming up with some ways to let your next employer know, here's what I'm willing to do so I'm doing everything above board.
That's if you can get the interview.
Right.
You wonder how small this sector is.
Or how bad the lie was.
Right.
Like, did it cost them money? Did they almost go out of business because of it? Did they lose a large share of their business because of it? Or did you profit because of this?
Yeah, you got to own it and take whatever comes with it. If you can't work in that field again,
you already found out what lying about it does, so don't keep doing it.
But if you can't work in if you went to school and that's what your degree is in.
Hey, you made your bed. You're going to have to lie in it.
I mean, go back to school. You can move.
Yeah. Well, again, but they're still going to call your former employer. Why did you leave the state?
At least it's not like gossipy, like everybody knows everybody.
Right.
You'd start it kind of new.
Yeah.
Fess up.
Got one more. Pause the corporate career to travel question. I'm 28, long-term partner the same age. I started working in pharmaceutical sales straight out of college. I've worked in various roles in the field. I've saved up a significant house down payment, and I have some money in retirement. So here's the question. My girlfriend and I are thinking of packing in our jobs and going traveling, Asia and Australia, for a couple years. Part of this, I'd still do some work, but it'd be more casual. We've both wanted to do this for years. COVID stopped us. Part of my thought is doing this now before we have a mortgage and kids. We put the career on hold for a couple years. My best friend thinks I'd be ruining my head start and says just take vacations instead. Any thoughts, advice would be helpful.
I mean, it's your life. Do what the hell you want. And enjoy every minute that you possibly can. But know that just like the previous situation, there will be consequences for it. And while you're traveling, are there ways for you to stay current? Because every sector of the working world will modify, change. There's going to be new developments. There's going to be things that you got to stay current. You can't just come back in 3 years and think I'm going to pick up right where I left off. So continued education. You could do a lot of things online now. I think this sounds great, but you could also, here's just something to think about. Instead of doing it now, you've got yourself a down payment. You've saved up a little bit. And if you do eventually want to have a family, why not start the family now while you're young? And then you can continue to build up that nest egg, continue to pay off the house. And then when the kids are 18, they're off to college, they're on their own. Now you're going to be young enough to be able to go out and do more of those things. And you won't have to worry about going back to work.
Heather?
Nah, go now. Start the family later if that's what you want. You're young, 28. You're so young. Go out. I wish I could have had the guts to say, you know what? I'm going to go travel for a year and then pick up where I left off. Well, maybe not right where I left off, because like you said,
Yeah.
I do agree with you that yes, there's things that are not going to be right where you left off. You're going to have to pick back up. But yeah, go do it now. How incredible. I wish that I could do that. I'm jealous of people like that.
So from my experience as well, like Lucy and Ruby, both born when I was 30. I wish I would have had them younger. Some of that is
Why?
because when I wanted, they still remember me playing. This is kind of a unique situation where I wish I had played a little bit longer so that all of the kids, obviously not Teddy, he came along much later, but I wish that they would have been old enough to remember Dad playing football. They watch the film, they hear the stories, but they don't necessarily remember it. And there were things that I wish I had had kids at a younger age. Wish I had met Lisa at a younger age.
I see. I mean, I get that. There's pros and cons to both. Like I'm so happy that I had kids when I did.
Yeah.
And I was old.
Yeah.
So
Hey, life happens.
It wouldn't have been the same
and
if I was young.
Make it happen how you want it to be. It doesn't have to be cookie cutter for everyone.
Very quickly, I want your answer to this in about 7 years.
we'll see.
Sure. I mean, perspective
Yeah.
always changes.
Oh yeah.
When you get into a
I
little
don't
bit
know,
older and your kids are still
But
teenagers.
I was so excited that I had a career. I was able to do all my traveling. I was financially set.
Sure.
I had a great home, and I could not have done all those things if I would have been 28 having kids.
Right. But you also
Please.
didn't just leave the country for 3 years.
I didn't, but I wish I would have.
This is on the more aggressive side. Oh, okay. Interesting.
I mean, that would have been awesome.
Yeah,
it's
sure.
Look, lifetime experience. Send them in, dearjohnjansen@gmail.com. It's Dear John, it's 97.1. Been telling you about Moran Chevrolet, and they were the #1 Chevy dealer in 2024 in the state of Michigan. It's huge, and they're celebrating with awesome deals all month long. So get off the sidelines and get into the game with Moran Chevrolet. You can lease the Trax, the 2025 Trax, for $249 a month. That's a 39-month lease, only $999 down. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Score your best deal. You can shop online, moranexpress.com, see exactly what I'm talking about. You want to go out and meet with the team there? They're on Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. They'll take care of you. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Pistons picked up a massive win last night against the Boston Celtics. That's 8 in a row. You see Jalen Duren adding another finger. 7, now 8 wins, and they did it with defense. Look, we'll talk about it. Statement win. Some ticket text on Dear John. This one says, if you don't combine, you're not a team. Talking about the split rent. See, I think what's tough about that one is they're just moving in together. They're just starting to take that serious
they're
step.
They're not married or engaged.
Right. Like, once you're married, what's mine is yours and yours is mine, whether you choose to split it 50-50 or percentage.
I agree, but there's also, like, that conversation just has to happen. And there's a lot of different ways that you can do it. It doesn't, again, it's not cookie cutter.
No. When Kelsey and I first moved in together, we did 50-50. But quickly thereafter, we switched it up based on percentage. There's times where I made more than her, she made more than me, or vice versa, and we just did it out of a percentage. That way the burden was equal for both parties. But this is tough when you're just feeling that out and moving in with somebody. On the generator, this one says, hire somebody, please. If you do something wrong, it would void your insurance. You don't want to install a generator by yourself. Another one says that they will base home repairs off of what insurance will cover. If insurance calls for it to be done by a licensed professional, then I get a licensed pro. Do not screw up that, because then your insurance will leave you with nothing. Mike in Waterford.
That's a great point.
The most response, though, was on when to have kids.
Oh, when to have kids. That
wasn't even the topic.
Yeah.
But the guy said, do I travel now at 28 and then come back and start a family or not?
The answer to that one is, in terms of having kids, is when you're ready. Because you don't want to have them, and you may not necessarily choose that if you're not careful, but you got to be ready for kids, because it is a gigantic life-changing moment.
Counterpoint, you're never ready for kids. And if you wait until you're ready, you're never going to have kids.
Yeah.
Sounds good to me. Ticket Texter says, Dear John, travel question. Things change when you get older. My wife passed away. Health changes. Now I only go on short trips. I wish I would have traveled more when I was younger. Ron in Wixom. Travel. I'm in my late 20s. I have friends who haven't been to the west or east side of the state, let alone out of the country. Make memories while you can. This person had set themselves up to do so.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't even have to be to the other side of the state. It could just simply be an hour north of here.
For Dear John question, I'm just going to...
You.
I had someone message me. They go, you've seen stingrays, but you haven't seen broners.
Yeah.
For Dear John, as a person who's now 51 and had kids at a younger age, it's so much better for so many reasons. I have friends who've done it both ways, and the ones who had kids at a younger age appreciate it better now. They say the sacrifices when they were young was worth it. Drew in Woodhaven.
I would never tell anybody when to have kids.
What you don't want, it's got to make sense for you. What you don't want to do is be resentful either way. You don't want to say, oh, I wish I would have done more in my 20s. And you also don't want to do it the other way where you say, oh, I wish I would have had them younger. You have to make the decision for yourself. I like what you said, John. When it's
right.
When it's right.
And I get it with Greg. There might not ever be a right time, but you have to be emotionally prepared, or at least know that things are going to change. Be aware of the situation.
The Pistons.
Yeah, that would help.
Yeah.
Yes.
The Pistons, John. How big a deal was last night?
Oh, it was monstrous. I don't even know if I could say how big of a deal it was last night in regards to the win itself, how they played, who they beat, and how they went about their business. This was, and I think JB probably did a tremendous job of making them aware there's going to be more people watching this game than probably any game that you've played to this point this year. If you want to make a statement, you want to tell everybody what you're about, you go out there and play the way they did last night. You start from the very beginning and you play it all the way to the end, and there's going to be moments. They're the reigning champs, the Boston Celtics, that they're going to make some runs. They're really good at what they do, and you're going to have to be able to stem the tide. And they're going to make some runs, which they did. And I didn't turn it on until midway through the first quarter, and they had, Pistons had a little bit of a lead. It evaporated in a matter of seconds, it felt like, because the Celtics were able to make some shots. And then all of a sudden, it was the response on the defensive end. The turnovers, the fast break baskets that they got. Marcus Sasser hitting 2 3-pointers. Like, the response was great, and they never looked back. They never questioned themselves. They just kept playing. They kept their head down and went to work.
The Pistons are a good team. We were wondering how good. Like, that's what these games this week are. Denver coming up on Friday, Boston last night. John, they outworked them. And for anybody who doesn't like the NBA product, I understand. I get it. But we've been saying this now for a few weeks, maybe a month plus now. The Pistons play basketball the city can be proud of. And I thought last night they did it in your face from the jump. They out-hustled, outworked, out-rebounded. They got a bunch of steals. They ran in transition. They got in the paint. They doubled them up in the paint. Maybe even tripled them up in the paint. Asar Thompson, he's a madman out there running around, harassing Tatum. This team is a team we can be proud of in Detroit. And they're a team that just took the world champs and beat them by 20 points.
Yeah.
I know Jaylen Brown didn't play.
Oh, we're going.
I don't care.
We're going full Tarico on this.
I don't care.
Come on.
That's what I'm saying. I don't care. They lost by 20 points. The Pistons were spanking them up 20 points late in that game and then still held on to win by 20 points.
Tis, Costa.
No, I'm getting out in front of any of the lazy ticket text. That's a statement win.
Yeah. Especially when you see a guy like Asar Thompson, who is really coming into his own. On the defensive side of things, he's excelled, but then he's one-on-one with one of the best players in all of basketball, and he puts him on skates.
Yeah.
Like that, there are just moments in that game, and yeah, the NBA is a hard watch. This Pistons team is a fun watch. The energy that they brought last night, in every single moment, there was never a letdown of, hey, they just ran out of energy. They ran out of juice. They had that for 4 quarters. Every time that ball was in play, the Pistons had the most energy.
No doubt about it. It's been infectious, contagious, and the crowds, they're getting better.
Yeah, the crowd was certainly into it, and at the end, you heard the appreciation from the crowd.
Even throughout the game, you heard some of those throwback Detroit basketball chants. Still waiting for the Thundersticks to get back out there, but this is fun again.
Why do you got to keep going to the Thundersticks?
You don't like them? It just was synonymous with the Palace and those teams. And,
yeah, sure.
All right, whatever.
Something
Nobody
new.
likes my nostalgia. We'll move on. No, actually, we're not going to move on. We're going to talk a bunch of nostalgia next because Gene Hackman passed away. It was in the news.
Yeah.
And in honor of him, we're going to talk about the best coaches in sports movies. If you got some names, we want to hear them. There's a lot of really good ones. It's next, 97.1. We've got open lines. If you want to talk about the Pistons, call in, text in. 8 in a row, longest streak since 2008. Big enough game that even Kenny Cott went to a Pistons basketball game. And I saw a lot of people saying, hey, I haven't been paying attention, but last night I gave them a chance, and I was thoroughly impressed. They jumped them, they defended, they outworked them, and the Pistons beat the Boston Celtics. That's there for you if you want it. Gene Hackman, we found out this morning when we came in, he passed away last night.
Yeah, along with his wife and dog.
Yeah.
In a weird...
Don't know the circumstances.
Don't know.
But Gene Hackman did pass away. And he is one of the great actors, one of my all-time favorite actors. But as Coach Norman Dale, one of the great on-screen coaches in all movie.
Yeah, I mean, for me, first off with Hackman, I actually, the more I think about it, he's probably my favorite actor ever.
Really?
The roles he played in, I just think, and I don't know the older ones from the 70s that well. Like, I know French Connection gets all this lore and stuff, but movies like Mississippi Burning, The Chamber, I thought was a great movie. The Firm, gosh, he was such a, I can't say the word, what I want to call him. But
he was a great villain.
He was so, I loved his passion in his roles.
Yeah.
I just thought he was awesome.
How about Lex Luger?
Luthor,
yes, in Superman.
Yeah. No, that's probably the first one I ever saw, to be honest with you. But as Norman Dale, I mean, he is legend, man. That movie, he made that movie. Dennis Hopper was a great co-star and stuff.
Shooter.
Yeah. Drunk Shooter.
Yeah.
My team's on the floor.
Strap, Buddy, Ollie.
Chitwood.
Yeah. Jimmy.
But it got us thinking, we could have some fun with that role and where he ranks among all-time fictional sports coaches. Where does Norman Dale rank?
Yeah. And who are your favorite, and it could be fictional, or they could be those that impersonated real stories.
Yeah.
And I mean, obviously, the one that a lot of people will think about, one I think about other than Coach Norman Dale, is Kurt Russell is Herb Brooks.
Yep.
In Miracle on Ice.
Again.
Yeah, ding, ding, ding. That scene is priceless. I still go back and I watch how long they did that. I think that whole thing with that was the fact that they did do kind of like the real time. But usually movies move on. They want to keep it going. But it was the point of the drill to what they had to do to win.
I have Kurt Russell, Herb Brooks, Miracle on Ice. Ken Carter from Coach Carter, Samuel L. Jackson.
Yeah.
Be on the short list for me. Herman Boone, Denzel Washington. Remember the Titans?
Yeah. How about this one?
Waters weak. Waters for getting blood off my uniforms.
Burgess Meredith as Mick in Rocky.
Oh. So like a fight coach.
Yeah, he's a coach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Mr. Miyagi counts too?
Oh, sure, Mr. Miyagi counts.
Okay.
Yeah. Karate Kid.
What about Chubbs from Happy Gilmore?
Chubbs.
During
You
this,
could even say same actor, Apollo Creed, because he was also Rocky's coach.
look at that.
Yeah.
What a great fictional coach.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
What about Ted Lasso?
Oh, yeah. Did you ever get into Ted Lasso, John?
Oh yeah. But,
Okay.
but it's not a movie.
I know, but I don't. You know what? During my research, I realized I have not watched a lot of sports movies.
I'm
so
not going
I'm
to.
limited.
I'm not going to say it doesn't
But it's
count.
a fictional
Yeah.
coach.
Sure. Yes, it's an actor.
And not in a movie, but in a series.
I did see something that I think you would flag, John. I did, again, researched. I don't want to miss anybody. Bleacher Report did like a top 50 coaches from movies.
Yeah.
Their number one was Yoda.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Coach to Luke Skywalker. It's not.
Okay.
It's along the same lines of your Miyagi and Mick.
Coach, but then you got to think about Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Right.
I mean, he not the original coach?
Tom is shaking his head.
The sport of rebellion.
Yes. Well, I mean, he did teach him skill, coached him up, the ways of the Force. No, that's I'll throw a flag on that one. Yes.
I thought you'd have a fun reaction to that. Yeah. We'll take ticket texts on this, phone calls on it, in addition to the Pistons. John, I know you were paying attention last night. John in Brown City, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. I just wanted to say, since the All-Star break, my family and I have been, it's like must-see TV to watch the Pistons. So, we've watched like the last 3 or 4 games. I think it's 3 or 4 games since the All-Star break. And, we're hyped to watch them. And last night, they had 62 points in the paint compared to Boston's 20. You know what? I think that's different than what we see in like normal NBA games these days. Like they're pounding the paint. They're they're like playing crazy defense. Malik Beasley's talking trash and he's hyped on the court. And we love to watch Beasley play. And Cunningham's like a superstar now. They're defending him differently than what they've been. It's just completely different. Than the if I turn on the Lakers and the Mavericks. That's like it's boring. I don't enjoy it.
Well, it's a lot of ISO too, right? It's a lot of like stationary, flat.
Yeah, everybody standing around.
Yeah.
So, like this Pistons team, man, they're just different. They're acting different. They're playing like winning basketball. In my opinion, high percentage basketball is winning basketball. So if you're going to take points in the paint, 62 points in the paint, and you're going to have 50 bench points, how do you lose?
Well, and it's a good point too. It's not the fact that they can't shoot the three. They still made like 40% last night. You have to. It's a prereq in today's NBA. But I love that they just went right at Boston, right at their chin.
Durant.
Yep.
Yeah, Durant's finishing in the paint all around the rim. Thompson's finishing all around the rim. I mean, even Hardaway Jr. had some great finishes around the rim last night. It's really prideful for me to look at my family of 6 and we're all excited when we're watching a normal Wednesday night Pistons game. That's when I was a kid, we watched the going to work Pistons. And we were hyped to watch them every night when they were on. And now it feels good to be back on that. Just like it was with the Tigers when they were hot. In the playoffs, we were the same way. We didn't really watch the Tigers, and now all of a sudden we're watching them every day. So it's just it's an exciting time in Detroit, and and there's more than just football out there. And we're all Lions fans, but it's just nice to have something other than football.
It's a nice jolt, is what it is. It kind of wakes you up. Whoa, hey, this was fun. I remember what this used to be like. And he brought up points in the paint. Sometimes it's just as simple as Pistons won by 20. They won the rebound battle by 19. They won fast break by 21. They got stops. They grabbed the ball. They ran. They scored. 117 to 97, a 20-point win. We're getting a bunch of calls and texts on the Gene Hackman stuff too, John. Have you seen anything on the Twitch? What are you laughing at over there?
Oh, yeah. I'm not going to say all there's some great coaches in movies.
Yeah.
And some in comedies, some in serious movies. Has anybody mentioned Herman Boone yet?
Yeah, I brought him up. Yeah.
I mean, he was that movie itself is such an iconic movie.
Well, and again, it's same concept. Great actor, right? We talk about Gene Hackman. Great actor Denzel.
Yeah.
And one of those movies.
Yeah.
That's classic.
One Doug would know.
Yes.
Denzel.
Oh, he'd guess right if he didn't know.
Yeah.
How do you feel about Gordon Bombay in the top 5? Says Matt in Redford. Yep.
Yeah.
Deserves some love. Back to the phones we go. John, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, how about Rip Torn as Patches Houlihan in Dodgeball?
Yep. If you could dodge a wrench, you could dodge a ball.
Yep, the five D's of dodgeball. Dodge, dip, duck, dive, and dodge. You got to do dodge twice.
That's some great ones. Yeah. Thanks, John.
That's a great one. Sam, you're next up. This says in the Tecumseh area. You're on 97.1.
Well, you got to love the Tecumseh area.
Of course.
But, how about Gene Hackman also in The Replacements?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it wouldn't be the top of my list for Gene Hackman, but yeah, as a coach, it certainly fits the bill.
Well, absolutely. It's just ironic. The iconic coach he played in the Hoosiers and then coming back to play slapstick is just fantastic.
And I think it shows you how many different roles, different styles that he could be, going from villain to coach to slapstick. I mean, he could do it all.
The man's got range.
Yep.
No doubt about it. Some more on the ticket text. Lou Brown, Major League.
Uh-huh.
Yes. Ding, 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 ding. I love that. That guy's so great.
Yeah.
Nick Nolte, Blue Chips. Carl in Chesterfield.
Have you seen Blue Chips, Jim?
I haven't.
Please. Do it for the show.
Okay.
Yeah. Give us our Blue Chips review when we need something to talk about someday.
Yeah. Maybe once we get through April and the D with all these teams, we can... there it is. Burt Reynolds, longest yard on the ticket text. Al Pacino, any given Sunday. Mm-hmm. Tom Hanks, in a league of their own.
Yeah, Jimmy Dugan.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how you say it, but...
Yeah.
How about player coach? Jackie Moon.
Flint Tropics.
We'll collect more of these ticket texts. You can call in 248-539-9797. The Pistons won. We, of course, welcome that conversation as they keep winning and they slowly win more and more people over. It's 97-1. Guys, I've been telling you about KG Law. And when we get to this spot where you find yourself in a car crash, an auto accident, you're injured, you need help, you want someone who's going to look out for you, that's KG Law. A lot of these personal injury types see you as a number. That's not Lawrence KG. He built his business with a loyal staff. A lot of those people from the start are still there. I met those guys. They don't cut corners, they care about you, and they win. The phone number is 877-KG-CARES. You can check them out, kgcares.com. If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law now. kgcares.com, that's KAJY, kgcares.com. Yeah, not to get lost in everything today. That happened.
Yeah. A lot of great basketball last night.
Trey Holloman, beyond half court, at the buzzer, on the road. Spartans stay atop the Big Ten. Look, was it a great shooting night? That continues to be the question. How deep can they go with that shooting? But they defend, John. The last 5 minutes of the game, goose egg.
It was a top 25 matchup.
And, yeah, I mean, I could question why Maryland's not getting a better shot, why they're shooting with 4 seconds on the clock, but Michigan State takes advantage of it. And they pick up a big win. That's a big win.
Yep. Hell yeah, it's a big win.
We brought up the Pistons, open lines on that. 8 in a row for Detroit, outworking the Boston Celtics, winning you over one game at a time. I know you don't like the NBA product, a lot of you, but they play a brand of basketball that the city can be proud of. We also brought up Gene Hackman, who passed away, and we've wanted to get your all-time great sports movie coaches and TV show too, fictional coaches. Ted Lasso's come up. 248-539-9797. Before we get back to the ticket text, let's go to the phones. Tom on a cell, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how about Coach Buttermaker?
Oh, yeah, Bad News Bears.
Yeah.
Walter Matthau.
Got to go with the original, right? Because they remade that one in 2005.
Was it with Billy Bob Thornton?
Yeah. No, Walter Matthau owned that role.
Yes, he did. Great show, guys, this morning.
I appreciate it, Tom. Thanks for listening. Thanks for calling in. Billy Bob Thornton gets some love in Friday Night Lights, Gary Gaines.
Mm-hmm.
That was a good movie. Kind of gets lost because the TV show.
Well, Coach Taylor in the TV show.
There you go. Coach Eric Taylor.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Now, if we're going TV shows, which I know you entered this in regards to Ted Lasso, which I'm fine with.
Good.
How about Coach Hayden Fox? Classic. And you can even throw Luther in there.
Oh, of course. I mean, Craig T. Nelson, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, perfect cast for that. How about this? We've gotten a little bit of this on Ticket Text, and it's technically not the topic, but just to throw it out there, a little different flavor. Best GM in a movie.
Oh.
So Kevin Costner's getting all this love, but also Brad Pitt.
Moneyball.
Yeah.
Which one's better?
Billy Bean.
I really liked Moneyball.
Yeah,
That's
Moneyball's
tough,
awesome.
Someone references Moneyball. They say Seymour Hoffman as Art Howe in Moneyball.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he was outstanding.
Kurt Russell in Miracles #1. Honorable mention to John Candy in Cool Runnings. Stephen Westland. Best coach in a movie has to be Mr. Miyagi.
Uh-huh.
Took a scrawny kid with no karate experience 6 months later. The All-Valley champion. Miyagi-Do.
Mm-hmm.
If we're going to do Miyagi, well, then what about John Kreese?
John Kreese, yeah.
Well, John brought him up.
And sweep the leg.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Body bag.
Well, and not only that, but what's the remake of it? Cobra Kai.
Yeah, well, that's Netflix.
Yeah.
This one says, how does this dude do a sports talk show and not see so many sports movies? I think the only one I admitted I didn't see was Blue Chips. That's the Shaq Penny movie. I know what it is. I haven't seen it.
I mean, if you want to see it, turn on Freeform, okay? I mean, seriously.
And you've seen Hoosiers,
yeah,
right?
I've seen Hoosiers.
Okay.
Almost every movie that's been brought up, I've seen.
Uh-huh.
Major League, Remember the Titans, Miracle.
How about Coach Klein? Henry Winkler.
Oh, Waterboy. Yeah.
The cheese value in Blue Chips is priceless.
What do you mean, like cheese value?
I borderline think, like, Blue Chips is almost, for me, one of those movies that's so bad it's good.
Yeah.
How do you think it aged? Like if you watched
Cheesier,
it in 2025.
It got the cheese aged very well. What's that old, isn't there some cheese that ages super long? I don't know.
No comments.
Doug in Lake Orion. We can use Google. What's going on? John.
Some ages better than others.
From Under Cheese?
They hang around a long time.
Let's get to Doug. What's going on?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Calling HR.
Good morning. I didn't say it.
Good. So my movie is Hardball. Keanu Reeves, the degenerate gambler, then also the saddest death in any sports movies is G-Baby.
I think John is still lost in our previous conversation. That's not your fault, Doug. Those are good submissions.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
Terrific.
Mickey from Rocky.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. Bombay, Mighty Ducks, gotten a lot. Lou Brown.
You could even say Rocky in the Creed movies.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
We got a Woody Harrelson for Kingpin.
Oh, yeah. Munson. Roy
Is
Munson.
bowling a sport?
Yeah. Yes, bowling's a sport. It's not one that we devote any time to, but it technically
it's
is
as much of a sport as golf is.
People drink beer both. Baseball once in a while.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
All right, we're going to get into some Lion stuff later in the hour. Ben Johnson taking some shots, throwing shade at Jared Goff. We'll get to that. First, Heather with the news.
Okay, so I-75 is one of Michigan's, major highways. And on that major highways, there are lots of crashes that can occur, right? Because it's one of our main arteries. And somebody did some research, looked at some data, and found the 4 1-mile-long hotspots along the freeway where crashes happen the most often. So it looked at data from 2019 to 2023. It showed that more than 60% of the crashes occurred in the northbound lanes. Kind of an interesting fact. Crashes most frequently occurred on a Friday between 3 p.m. and 7 p.m. And weather conditions didn't seem to play a part because 70% of the crashes occurred when the roads were dry and there was no weather issue. So the most dangerous stretch of I-75 was between McNichols Road and 7 Mile Road in northern Wayne County. 641 crashes listed in that 5-year span. 2 of those crashes were deadly. Number 2 most dangerous mile is between 9 Mile and I-696 in southern Oakland County. 632 crashes reported there. None were deadly, which is, I guess, the good news. Number 3 is the mile stretch between Davison Freeway and McNichols Road. 594 crashes there. None of those were deadly. And then the last most dangerous stretch of I-75 is the mile stretch between 11 Mile Road and 12 Mile Road in Oakland County. 590 crashes reported over 5 years.
Yep. Probably because they're the most highly traveled stretches.
Yeah, could be. I mean, it would make a lot of sense.
I mean, it sounds just like 5 Mile to 696 is your problem there.
So one of my weird guilty pleasures, which doesn't happen very often, is watching Antiques Roadshow.
Really?
Yes,
I love it too.
One, it's just it's really calming. It's I can turn on those British baking shows. I could have those on in the background and not really watch because it's just the sound of it is very calming and it moves slow, but you can hear the tinkling in the background of people banging their all their antiques around, not in the baking show, but in the
You don't want to have too much tinkling in a baking show.
Quite guilty.
No, you don't. Anyway,
close the door.
The Antiques Roadshow is coming to Michigan this July, according to a press release. The Northern Michigan stop, which will be made on July 1st, is one of 5 distinctive historic locations along the 30th production tour.
That's cool.
You can go and check it out. The event is free, but you do need to have tickets. It's going to be in Charlevoix. So our caller can was he our contestant?
2 Grand Slam today.
He can use maybe
it's $175 on an antique.
There you go. You could. Michigan Star Wars fans will soon get another chance to experience Star Wars: Revenge of the Sith. It's going to be in theaters as the film makes a limited comeback this spring for its 20th anniversary. So it is set to be re-released in theaters for 1 week only in April. So it's going to be re-released on April 25th, 2025. Like I said, only for 1 week. You can just get tickets you got to check out which theaters will have it, but go watch it if you wish.
That was the best of that trilogy.
Don't look at me. I've never seen any of them.
You've never seen any Star Wars movie?
I've never seen a Star Wars movie. I remember it being on once in school during one of my classes, but it was in first hour, and I always missed first hour because I'd sleep in. So I mean, it was on TV. I remember being in the room, but I've never seen it.
That's a hard one to answer. There's a lot of good ones. For me, it's Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah, no, I'm saying of the prequel trilogy, 1, 2, and 3. 3 was the best of that group.
Oh.
Yeah, that's all I was saying. No one liked the Phantom Menace, and the second one was just whatever.
Who knows? A Michigan lottery winner.
Hold on. We got to get our Star Wars expert.
I was going to say episode 2 aged poorly.
Yeah.
Episode 2 was received pretty well at the time. I do remember, but it is aged poorly.
All right, then. A Michigan lottery winner
Moving on dismissive.
has just one more month to claim their prize of $25,000 a year for life.
Oh.
Yeah, don't miss out on this. The winning ticket was drawn on March 26th, 2024. It was purchased at Merriam Drugs in Livonia. So the Lottery Commission is saying, hey, I am urging everybody who may have bought a ticket, this Lucky for Life ticket at this drugstore, to double check your tickets because you could be overlooking a huge winner. The prize must be claimed by 4:45 p.m. on Wednesday, March 26th.
TikTok.
Time is almost up. Gosh, that'd be awful if you found it March 27th in that junk drawer.
Yeah.
Woo! Finally, there's a guy in Vancouver that got just really drunk at a wedding on Saturday. People took his keys, so he wasn't going to be driving. Well, he didn't get, he wasn't very happy about that. Started a fight. The police were called. Guy got arrested, but they drove him home. Said, you know what? We're going to take you home. Sleep this off.
Yeah.
Well, instead of just passing out like he should have done, he decided to call an Uber, went back to the wedding, got his car, and drove it home anyway. And on his way home, he was pulled over and arrested for drunk driving.
Dumbass.
2 arrests in one day.
Oh.
Dumbass.
Yep.
Can't fix stupid.
No.
Heather with the news. Coming up next, Ben Johnson, public enemy number 1. It's 97.1. Ben Johnson, Chicago Bear head coach, he keeps talking. And he took a couple shots, tongue-in-cheek, but multiple, at Jared Goff. And John, I think it got to you a little bit. You called him public enemy number 1.
Yeah, and anytime you hear some of these, even if you just hear the audio, you're like, okay. And, I mean, he took shots at Matt LaFleur. Now he's taking shots at Jared Goff. And in pumping up his own guys, which he should, taking a new job. But then you put them together in a compilation format, and you hear them one after the other. They just the hits keep on coming, and I was even fine with them as one-offs, and then I saw the one where he's talking about Penei Sewell, and then he says Jared Goff. When I was watching that, the smug look on his face was just it. He became very punchable, and to me, public enemy number 1. Now, we don't need any extra juice to play the Bears. Don't need any extra juice to play the Packers or the Vikings. It's already there. It's built in. It's division rivalry. But now I have red-lettered and capped, bold-faced, all of the different ways that you can highlight a game the first time, every time they play the Chicago Bears. I want to beat them bad.
John's got a bold, underlined, italicized, strike through, whatever you got to do.
Yeah, I don't like the italics thing. We'll just go bold.
Oh, okay, fine. Well, you said whatever you got to do. I just wonder.
Yeah, well, it's what you got to do. That's fine. It seems like a cat guy thing to do.
Italics are a cat guy thing?
Yeah.
Let us know in the ticket text. Let's play the audio so people have maybe a better idea of what we're talking about. The hits, they keep coming and they don't stop coming. Let's start with the first one where he talks about now he's got Caleb Williams. That's one. Part 2, talking about Penei Sewell throwing a better ball than Goff.
Again, as one-offs, you're like, he's taking a friendly jab at some buddies. I get that. To me, some of those friendly jabs were always not, spoken into the microphone. They're behind closed doors. But the first one, talking about Caleb Williams' skill set. Okay, master of the obvious. And who wouldn't want to coach a guy? Not all quarterbacks have that skill set. We haven't seen it, win a lot of games for Caleb Williams to this point. Doesn't mean it won't. He was a rookie last year. And it's not that far off for him to say, I haven't been around that my entire career. No, Jared Goff is not mobile. Okay, again, that one didn't make me upset. I didn't care about that one at all, except, wasn't he around with Matthew Stafford?
Yeah, but Stafford's not a guy extending plays either. Out of structure.
Well, I think he kind of does. Arm angle and, getting outside the pocket.
He's more creative. Would be the word, than Goff is.
Right. So, but again, is Caleb Williams a better athlete than both of those?
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. No one's going to argue that.
I noticed there was a certain sensitivity from Lions fans when these clips started going viral, like almost a defensiveness. He's right. So I don't know if that's part of it, is there's truth to this dig, and maybe that makes people feel a type of way. I don't know. I just go back to the playoff game, and I remember the tone following the playoff game, and I think it still exists today, where people have put it on Ben Johnson because they don't want to put it on Jared Goff. It's more convenient to say Ben Johnson's fault than the QB who threw 4 picks and didn't handle the pressure well. Or 4 turnovers, 3 picks and a fumble. I'm not as bothered by this as you or even Tom. I know, Tom, this kind of sent you into a frenzy earlier today. Dan Campbell made Ben Johnson. He should shut his mouth.
I'm coming out of the closet. Yeah, I'm going to say how I really feel about it. Ben Johnson is overrated, and people fall for it. Dan Campbell made him. Ben Johnson is a retread from Matt Patricia's staff who was given an opportunity by Dan Campbell and did a great job with it. I'm not completely character assassinating here. Bottom line is Dan Campbell. Really, Greg? Listen, people fell in love with Ben Johnson, want to give him all the credit. They think there's people in this town that give Ben Johnson more credit for what the Lions have done in the last few years than anybody else. To me, that is just stupid.
Did he throw any passes or run any routes or carry the ball for a first down?
But no. Dan Campbell gave him how he wants the offense to be run, and he's kind of tutored him. And Ben Johnson did a very good job with that and has probably earned a head coaching job.
There's no question. Not probably. He has.
But I believe this is just Mike Martz all over again with the greatest show on turf. I really do. He seems like a rocket scientist. He seems like the smartest guy in the room. He's got a really big head. Somebody must be inflating it every single day. I think this guy's trash. And I don't hear Aaron Glenn doing any of this in New York either. And I just think it shows bad character. And you can say I'm butthurt all I want. I also think Jared Goff's a problem, too. See, I think these are two separate things that can be true. And I think Jared Goff is, a ticket taker, and put it in the best words, I believe if they don't win a Super Bowl, he will be the Achilles heel.
So I wouldn't call Goff a problem. I want to be very clear. I don't think he's a problem. But I think the point that Ben Johnson made is a point that's been made on this radio station for years. Goff has limitations, right? He's not going to operate out of structure. After the progression breaks down, that's kind of where the play ends. This isn't new. It's a limitation. We have to build their team accordingly. They have to run it more, which was the criticism after the playoff game. But it's an acknowledgement that your quarterback doesn't have the ceiling of some other guys.
See, Ben Johnson, because he fell in love with the offense getting too big. And
that's also on Dan Campbell for letting him do that.
Yeah, exactly. But I think Dan Campbell over time gave Ben Johnson the reins to do. And
you said doo-doo.
And
3 times.
I do think this team, you got to be serious here. Jared Goff's best days in his career are when it's a balanced offense with play action. They got too far away from the run. The 3rd and 1 play when they were up 7-3 and emptied the backfield and you had the Goff fumble, that's arrogant. Run the ball. Be you. Be you. Jahmyr Gibbs was running all over them.
Yep.
But nope, I gotta show everybody. And I think the JMO play was, I got to show everybody I'm the smartest man in the room. I don't think he's a leader of men. I think he's probably a guy that has a pretty good offensive, creative mind.
Oh, I don't think it's a lock that he's going to work out in Chicago. I think when we talk about this offense being ready-made for the next OC, something Ben Johnson himself said, it speaks to the foundation that Dan Campbell built. When you leave that foundation, we've seen many great coordinators not become great coaches, and it's not because they don't know X's and O's. It's about everything else, the structure. And if it's Dan Campbell's structure, that's not going to be replicated overnight in Chicago. They do not have the offensive line. You won't have 3rd and shorts and 4th and 1s that you convert with regularity. You won't have as much time for your quarterback to process. So I guess it's a good thing he can extend plays because he has to.
Yeah, and for Caleb Williams, part of the development of that skill set is, what did he ever win at Oklahoma? And he had to run around because their offensive line wasn't that good. What did he ever win at USC?
The Heisman, but nothing team-wise.
Right, yeah. but again, the whole goal of this game is to win as a team, not just to have the best player. Part of why Patrick Mahomes is so good is because not only is he the best player, but he finds ways to make those around him better. How did Caleb Williams make anybody in that offense better last year?
Johnny didn't. And there's a lot of ticket texters who agree with you, by the way. This one says, no love from this city for Ben. Another person says, I can't wait for a Hoosier Daddy moment for Dan Campbell when they beat him. That's Chris in Armada. There are people who are putting him in a bullseye saying public enemy number one.
Yeah. I get it. I did not have that sentiment until I heard, the whole, Penei Sewell. And some of that is pumping up Penei Sewell and the great athlete that he is. I don't think we disagree with that. I think he may be the best athlete on the team.
Sounds like he should have been the starting quarterback. More ticket texters saying he needs to be humbled. He has not been humbled yet. Just wait, Ben. It's coming. It's 97.1.
Hey, Planet Fitness has so much to offer, and they offer it for such a great price. It's a great value. $1 down, $15 a month gets you in the door, and they are always updating their equipment. They've got brand new plate-loaded machines. They've got free weights, cable tower, Smith machines, upper lower body strength machines, treadmill, Stairmasters, bikes. They've got something for everyone. And here's what I like. When I walk into a Planet Fitness, they say hello, they address you, they greet you, and they always keep their gyms and facilities, locker rooms, bathrooms, all of them are squeaky clean. That's something, as a former gym owner, it's tough to do with so many people coming and going. And talking about so many people coming and going, if you want more, Black Card membership, unlimited guest privileges along with the Black Card membership, 2,600 clubs nationwide. You have access to every single one of them. So if you travel, even just around the state, there are so many Planet Fitness that you could go to. Find your reason, make the appointment, get in there, and you could do it at your nearest club and join today, or it's in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. That's Planet Fitness.
It's Ben Johnson taking a shot. He also said that he's excited for Caleb Williams because he'll have a quarterback who can play out of structure, off schedule, and create. Says, that's what gets me going because I haven't been around that since I've been in the game. So a couple little shots at Jared Goff. Your reaction, John, you said he's public enemy number 1.
You think he'll ever take a shot at Dan?
Maybe game week. Huh. Good luck with that.
Yeah.
Rip his head off. This one says, F the Bears, signed Andy Isaac. Texter says, I wish nothing but the worst for Ben Johnson. Screw him.
Yep.
Another ticket texter says, I can't wait until he finds out that Caleb Williams can't read a defense, anticipate windows, or deliver the ball on time or on target. He's going to miss Jared when all is said and done. I never root against people, but I now root against Ben Johnson.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. And when he left, I didn't have any animosity. He's taking a coaching job, whether it was in division or out of the division. I didn't care. Now, all of a sudden, having said all these things, it's just kind of like, shut up and coach, man.
Mike in Livonia, how'd it sit with you?
Hey, fellas. I'm leaning more towards John, to be honest with you, because I was actually one of his biggest fans coming into this offseason. I was, it rubbed me the wrong way that he was going to the Bears, but at the same time, I understood that it's part of the business, too. There's only so many opportunities for these head coaches. But when you compare Aaron Glenn and Goff, kind of stole my thunder, you compare it to how he has handled himself with the Jets, and compared to how Ben Johnson has. And then you look back at things like Dan Campbell. Dan Campbell never took a shot at anyone from his former organizations or, players. All these head coaches that actually win in this league, and to be honest and frank, Ben might be super close to, Goff and all these guys and, they're buddies and they can take shots at each other. But John knows that happens behind closed doors. Once you get in front of the media, things change. And you can pump up your players as much as you want. So you could say Caleb is great, he can extend plays without bringing up Jared Goff. Or you could say today Sewell throws dimes without bringing up the quarterback that you used to coach. So it's unnecessary stuff he's trying to do, and I don't get it. It's made me change my opinion of the guy. I used to think he's a genius. He's pretty good. He's going to be a successful head coach. And the more I think about it, I feel like he just craves attention at this point. And it kind of erased a lot of his credit because if you look at some of the things he did when he was here, he stuck around for an extra year when nobody expected him to. He showed how much he loved the city supposedly and wanted to be here, but now he's literally just kind of ruining all of his work. And you guys keep wanting, I think, to your point, Koska, you want to keep linking it to Jared Goff and his limitations. I don't care about that. The one that just won the Super Bowl this year has limitations left and right. His name is Jalen Hurts. Supposedly, they were questioning the extension they gave him. At the end of the day, listen, in football, Josh Allen had a limitation in his playoff game against Patrick Mahomes. Lamar Jackson, this stuff is going to happen. To me, that doesn't matter. At the end of the day, just be classy about it. Just pump up your team if you want. Be excited about your team. Just keep the old team that you just left out of your mouth. That's all we ask from the guy, and he's failed miserably.
He's failed to keep the Lions out of his mouth. I mean, he hasn't coached a game yet. But I do think he struck a nerve. Was my point. He struck a nerve. This is clearly something that bothers Lions fans that are sensitive about Jared Goff's limitations. I don't think there's anything wrong.
I don't know if it's necessarily just the limitations about Jared Goff. We all know those. We're
sensitive and
those.
Defensive of them.
I don't necessarily think it's defense of Jared Goff or anything that's going on here. I think it just makes you mad that he's going in there and spouting off before he's even coached an NFL game as a head coach.
It just struck a nerve too, with me, not with Goff. It was I thought, arrogance in the play calling as the season went along. John knows ever since Campbell got hired, we've done the show together.
Yeah.
That I've always thought Ben Johnson was overrated. This isn't sour grapes. This isn't, what triggered it is because of his stupid, foolish comments. It comes across as arrogant. I feel like he thinks he's the smartest guy in the room. And I equate it to kind of like the Lions and Ben Johnson split. So I make a comparison to a divorce. Who wants to get their mess out there, right? Ben Johnson is, whatever his intentions are, even if it's sarcasm, he's getting the mess out there. It's kind of like when Katie Holmes got done with Tom Cruise. Nobody knew that she was freaking scared to death because it was a wacko Scientologist. Yeah, I'm comparing Ben Johnson to a Scientologist.
It's multiple Tom Cruise references in the same show.
Yeah.
I know John's a huge fan of
Nobody
his
wants
work.
their mess out there, right?
I understand that. Few more ticket texts. We can take phone calls. 248-539-9797. Says, dude, the annoying part of Goff's fumble is that play should actually be Ben Johnson's fault. It was the majority of the issue. You don't go empty set 3rd and 1 when you're averaging 7 yards per play. Stop the nonsense, Jim. See, this is the guy I'm talking about, who is using Ben Johnson to deflect from Jared Goff's lack of ball security on that play, or the pick 6 he threw later in the game, or the other pick before the half. Like, people want it. It's easier to blame the guy who's not here. And another texter says that. It happens all the time in workplaces everywhere. You just blame the outgoing guy. He's the one that screwed it up because it's easier.
There's a lot of reasons why they
is,
lost that game against the Commanders. And Jared Goff, reason number one.
But there's people
offensive line,
don't, John, you're
defensive injuries, all of those different things. And Ben Johnson has a hand in that as well.
He does. But if I was cutting up the blame, Goff would get the biggest slice. And we did this
always
immediately.
said that.
Yeah, you have, but I think there's a lot of people who have wanted to minimize that on Goff and hand an extra helping to Ben, and now they feel like they can lash out because Ben's doing this.
A little revelation. Maybe Jared Goff was talking about Ben Johnson when it came to relishing.
Oh, God. Relishing in negativity.
Because that seems like what he's doing right now.
Well,
do you think Ben Johnson would say this to Dan Campbell's face if Dan Campbell asked him?
God.
What do you mean?
What are you really saying about our quarterback, Ben? Come here, I'll put you in a headlock and give you a noogie. Say it again.
It's to me, if you can go out there and show as a head coach that you coach up Caleb Williams, you coach up this offense, you go out there and win a bunch of games, hey, spout off all you want. This is just, it seems premature to me.
That has been echoed repeatedly on the ticket text. 248-539-9797. More of your feedback on Ben Johnson. I do see the text. Why aren't we talking Pistons? We've been talking Pistons. Yes. We're going to get back into them top of the hour. They got a big win. And there was this conversation about Cade Cunningham not having a nickname. He addressed that after the game. We'll mix it in. It's 97-1. Plenty of time to get into the Pistons in the 9 o'clock hour. We will be able to do that after we knock out some of your final thoughts on this Ben Johnson trash talking in the media business. They never showed Ben Johnson on Hard Knocks. It's because he's an ass. People digging back in the archives. If Ben Johnson doesn't force Goff to throw the ball 40 times and uses his running backs averaging 6 yards a carry, ball security issues are irrelevant. Come on, John. Just admit it. Ben Johnson has a punchable face, period, even before poop words came out of his mouth. F the Bears, Jen in a dental truck. He was punchable before these comments.
Yes. Well, I never thought he had a punchable face until he started talking, and now I think he does.
He had great success here, and you wish he did a good job. Okay,
yeah.
Wish him nothing but the best. But this is unnecessary. Like, just
that's what
move
Texter
on.
says.
Show some class.
Texter says, I don't think he's actually this, but he comes off as petty and ungrateful for the team that platformed him. Don't poke the lion.
Smug and smarmy. What, did I just put a mirror up?
No, just say what you're going to say. Ben Johnson is Nate from Ted Lasso. He going to learn. Nate Shelley, who's the wonderkin who moved on and learned the hard way. Love it. He just made Lions and Bears a relevant game. Bob in Oakland, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Hey, I was just going to say, it's just about time. I know we always look for reasons why we want to, poke holes in guys, but if you look at Jared Goff's career, at what point is he going to have success before we actually give him credit? I mean, he's been to a Super Bowl under McVay. McVay got all the credit. Now Ben Johnson, who has nothing on his resume but the Lions OC job, he's getting all the credit. I mean, this guy, I hope he keeps, a nick on his shoulder about this because it helps him. But at some point, there's a whole bunch of people in the Hall of Fame who have no mobility. There's a whole bunch of people in the Hall of Fame who don't have tremendous athleticism. So, from a quarterback standpoint, it just, to me, it seems idiotic that we look at Lamar and he's had 7 years to win a Super Bowl. He's won 2 or 3 MVPs. He goes out, plays an egg. Well, it'll be next year. Goff has a bad game, and we decide, he's done forever. It just seems really silly.
He's not done forever. He's a quarterback moving forward. They can win with him.
Yeah, they can win a Super Bowl with him.
They played well. He played well enough to get them in the Super Bowl the year prior.
Yeah.
It wasn't his fault they blew that lead in the NFC title game. No. John, the Pistons.
Yeah.
Hey. Pistons won again. 8 in a row. And we talked about how big this week was. We know they're good, but just how good? Beating Boston, that's a statement. What'd you take out of it?
Basically what you said is a statement. And one of the things we talked about earlier in the week is what is it that is taking this team to being better than they were last year? There's a lot of different reasons, right? And we could talk about the guys that were added, whether it's Tim Hardaway Jr., it's Malik Beasley, it's what they added at the trade deadline, it's Cade Cunningham, it's J.B. Bickerstaff, but and all of those things are part of the answer. The one that I talked about at the beginning of the week, and when I turned it on midway through the first quarter, I was amazed at how well they were playing defensively against the world champs. They were aggressive. They were taking chances. They were they were handing off, player. They were communicating at an elite level on how to defend the Boston Celtics, and they were creating turnovers. They were creating, fast break opportunities, capitalizing on those fast break opportunities, and they were capitalizing on the energy and the momentum, and it never let up. Absolutely, the entire time, they were the team with the most energy. They went into that game 100% expecting to win, and it was a self-fulfilling prophecy. They did it.
And you knew Boston would make a run. When they made all those threes in the second quarter, tied it up 55-55 at the half, you thought, okay, here's where Boston's going to wrestle this game away. But the Pistons would not be outworked. And what I took out of the game was something that we had been kind of discussing in the background, that even if you don't like the NBA product, the Pistons play a brand of basketball the city can be proud of. Outworking opponents has always resonated with people here. There's no load management. The Stars play, they play hard. Cade Cunningham will dive for loose balls, and it permeates the roster. Asar Thompson, 5 steals, and I felt like he had 10. He was everywhere. And it's Ron Holland. I see the vision, having those two guys as pests, at least one of them on the floor for 48 minutes a night. They out-rebounded Boston. They were willing to run. That's also part of outworking is, hey, you got to run up and down the floor. And the Pistons scored in the paint, physical, fast break. And that's not to say they couldn't shoot. They shot 40% from 3. That was a statement as to, we're not a cute story. We're a good team. And we're a team that this city can be proud of and root for. And the crowds are growing. And maybe they're slowly dragging you into this. I got messages from people yesterday saying, Dude, I haven't watched him very much. I gave him a shot because it's Boston and they're winning. I'm impressed. People are being won over by this basketball team. So you let us know, 248-539-9797, what kind of statement that made to you now that you're maybe paying more attention to this team. Cade Cunningham, by the way, the nickname thing.
Oh, yeah.
You haven't heard this audio yet.
No, I haven't.
So, was it Amari Sankofa of the Free Press a couple days ago said, we still really don't have a nickname for Cade Cunningham. He's in his 4th season. He's an all-star, all-NBA, and we really don't have anything that's stuck for him. Like, I remember draft night, Motorcade.
Yeah.
It never really caught on.
No.
Cade Cunningham addressed the nickname after the game. Natalie Kerwin, Valley Sports, or FanDuel Sports. Mellow Yellow, we're not going with that.
No, I don't like that one either. And, I mean, if he becomes one of those athletes that it's just he's a one-name guy, that's as good as it gets. I mean, if it's just simply Cade and everybody around the NBA and fans just, hey, Cade, it's not Cade Cunningham. It's not, it's just Cade.
All the great NBA players are one-name guys. Magic, Bird, Braun,
Michael.
Right. Start going around. Kobe.
Mm-hmm.
One word. Cade. If you've got something, you could submit it, but I think he just ended the debate. No Mellow Yellow, no...
How did they even come up with
I don't know.
Yellow?
It's got to be some inside joke with the team.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't like that one.
Yeah. This one says Cade the Blade. He slices up defenses. Nickname is Motorcade. Let us know. Let's get to Parker.
I don't like any of those either.
No. Parker, Birmingham, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Good morning. What can I say? It's awesome to turn on 97.1 The Ticket and hear you guys talking about the Pistons. It's really a testament to their development over the past couple of years here. And, I really appreciate you guys taking the time for it. I wonder, what's your thought here? Is the biggest turnaround Sar Thompson or Malik Beasley stepping up and giving Cade that space to really be him?
Oh, that's a great question because it's both ends of the floor.
Yeah.
I think Beasley more so because it unlocked Cade, and Cade is the driver, the engine of this team. But that's not to slight Thompson. As his minutes have gone up, his impact has grown. That side of the ball, Pistons, I think I looked up, they're 11th in defensive efficiency. They're a borderline top 10 defense in the entire league. That's him. That's Sar Thompson.
That's Sar Thompson. It's the energy he brings, and it does permeate through the rest of the guys.
For sure, guys. And one last thing I'll add with it is it's been a grind here these past 5 to 7 years to be a Pistons fan. And, as we've seen the Lions progress and as we're seeing the Tigers and the Wings do the same as well, I'm just damn happy to have stuck through it and watched all the terrible basketball to now get to where we are because we've seen the bright lights, and it's amazing what one coach can do with all of that talent. So thanks for what you're doing. Keep it up, and keep talking Pistons basketball because it's great to hear.
Hey, you guys call and talk about them. We'll keep the lines open.
They keep winning, and we'll keep talking about them. And it's not that we don't talk about teams that are losing. It's just when the Pistons lose, when the Wings lose, when the Tigers lose, they lose interest in so many different people, in so many different fan bases.
I think the Pistons just had such an uphill climb, too, because really you can trace it back. This is 8 in a row for the first time since 2008. After the 2008 season, the start the next year, they trade Chauncey Billups away. And they freed up cap space. Don't you worry, Ben Gordon and Charlie V. And it really kicked off a 15-year stretch of teases, maybe a 40-win team here or there, but no playoff wins, no success. You nuked your fan base. And only now are we starting to see kind of some crops grow and the seeds have been planted and we're starting to harvest some of it because it is a lot of young guys. If you start talking about the guys who are leading the way, John, they're all 23 and under, right? I mean, these guys are all in the early stages of their career with the exception of Malik Beasley.
Yeah, it's you see not only the excitement for this year, but then you start looking down the road and you think about the ability to to spend and add to it. And it's the continued development of Cade, of Thompson, of Ron Holland the second, of Sasser. Like you look at it and you say, not only is this going to be fun this year, but this should be a lot of fun for the foreseeable future.
I too just credit to again. You talked about nuking the franchise. Tom Gores was part of nuking the franchise, right? Mm-hmm. With some of the decisions he made. The decision to buy out Monty Williams and eat that money. I don't know how many people would do that after 1 year. They might do it after 2. There's people that would do it after 1. But that and look, that kind of money to him isn't the same. He can afford it, but he did it.
So right. It's complicated because in the same year he came out and made the comment, aside from winning, we're great in the community. I think that Tom Gores needed to see just how bad it was. It's why when we were rooting for losses, or I was rooting for them to lose, I wanted it to be so obvious that Gores felt compelled to make a change. And it's to his credit, by the way, that he's willing to eat the money and do it so quickly.
There's some similarities too with that. And although it happened a little after the fact when Sheila got booed from the Lions fans during the Calvin thing, right? It's kind of like, even though Campbell had been already hired, that was only like 2 or 3 games into that tenure or whatever. Mm-hmm. Sometimes you gotta hear it, you know?
Some ticket texters on nicknames for Cade. More love for Motorcade. This one says Cade Icewood is the best name for him.
Cade Icewood?
It's a play off of Blade Icewood. It's a Detroit rapper.
I don't
think it's going to stick.
Yeah,
what about
that's a tough one.
Better Cade?
That's more of an adult film industry name.
Yeah, I was going to say that's yeah.
Better Cade.
Counterproductive.
He can do better made commercials with Better Cade. It's too cheesy. Cade is Sizzle.
I did use Sizzle.
Sizzle. Nickname is Made Cade. Yeah, see, it's just Cade.
Yeah,
I appreciate the effort.
Yeah, there's a lot of words that rhyme with Cade, but
all right, I'm doing Cade Icewood. I don't care.
248-539-9797. Get some of your thoughts on the phones and the ticket text. Pistons keep winning. It's 97-1. It's Tim Hardaway Jr. in the background yelling, "Mellow Yellow!"
So it's obviously something they talk about in the locker room.
We have Ken in Bellevue who wants to take a stab at it. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, I believe that the mellow yellow stands for how calm he is, like under pressure. And the yellow part, I think, is in reference to his skin tone. And I would use it to do something with mellow yellow and sign a contract.
Oh, like the drink?
Yeah.
You just don't want it to be cheesy. Like, that's the thing here.
Right, but if you can make money off it.
Oh, I'm not telling him not to make a buck, but I think the best nicknames aren't like commercialized to start. You know, they kind of have.
No.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
You just mainly say the Cade, but then whenever you're doing the mellow yellow, you know what it's for.
Yeah. It doesn't sound like he wants it to be mellow yellow. So.
No, I get it. I understand why.
Yeah. But we're wondering, what is the nickname for Cade? I think he may have just ended it. Hey,
Yeah.
it's what
Cade.
all great players are. It's the one word. It's Cade.
Yeah.
Some ticket texts with their thoughts. 248-539-9797. People are maybe trying too hard. He's electric, full of electrolytes. He's Caterade.
No.
Novocaine? Like Novocaine might get work?
We get it.
I know.
Yeah.
No.
Was he numb you?
Apparently.
Just Cade. This person says used both. Just Cade.
Yeah, just Cade.
All-Star Cade, Caterade, Killer Cade, Cade Crusader. Multiple Cade Crusaders.
That's actually kind of cute. If you want to have a cute name.
Slim Cady. You can't play off someone else's nickname.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
This one says, is Cade Icewood in the babysitter or swinger category?
Terrific question. I would say that would be more in the swinger.
Okay.
I would imagine he's got some range.
I don't have full access to the drop board right now, but there are some I would love to be playing right now. Crazy to think that all four teams have a chance to make the playoffs in the same season. Wasn't that long ago. We had an awful stretch. Trust us, we remember.
Oh yeah. It's so nice to have something positive to talk about in really on every team, because we're talking about the Wings being 4 above the cut line and playing pretty good hockey coming out of the break, right? 5 of 6 points.
Yeah, played tonight.
Yeah, they played tonight, and a team that they can make a statement against back-to-back games tonight and Saturday. And the Tigers coming off a playoff run, the Pistons, what they're doing compared to what they have been for a decade, but especially over the last 2 years, it has been an embarrassment. And now you turn that game on last night. I mean, hell yeah. Detroit Pistons, Detroit basketball.
Well, do you remember, it happened slow. Like we were talking about the Tigers.
Slow?
I'm saying last year with the Tigers.
Oh.
It happened slowly, where we were beating them up and we had walleye and they weren't very good. And then they started winning and we said, oh, maybe there's something. And people didn't buy in until maybe the September really hit and we noticed it. The same thing's kind of happening here with the Pistons. Maybe this first we became aware of this maybe like a month ago. But I think people, as they get closer and closer to the playoffs, are slowly going to jump on board. And if the season ended today, they'd face the Knicks. If the season ended today, Tom, did you tell me it'd be Wings and Maple Leafs?
Yes.
Like, think about these compelling first-round matchups.
That would be awesome.
And you get back to where it's every single day. Like right now, every day, the Pistons and Red Wings are alternating big games. Every day, the Tigers were must-watch TV. The playoffs will be every single day one of these teams playing a compelling matchup.
I mean, pound for pound, nothing. Comparisons never equal, okay? But it is eerily similar to the Tigers because I remember, what was it, about a month ago or so, it's like, these guys are fun to watch, and how they've turned the corner. It was very similar to that with the Tigers, where like, you watched the Little League Classic last night? Well, that was August 18th, and nobody was watching the Tigers anymore. And so I would equate this to like, I think you said that the Pistons nuked their fan base. I agree with that. So people are coming back now and watching. It's like you first start dating somebody, and it's the getting to know phase. And I think last night might have been the first time where people were like, "Oh wow, we might get back in a relationship with them." Seriously, like things might get serious here. Like last night was a definite checkout game for people. I can tell you behind the scenes here from ticket techs and stuff, the volume on the Pistons is way up today. If any other time we tried to throw the line in the sinker and get some attention, it's hard to drum up. Well, I'm just being authentic. It's hard to drum up calls on them, and it's like, well, if people want to talk about them, well, then we're not going to talk about them that much.
But we've seen
it's
more
starting
response.
to grow, and it's the same thing that happened with the Tigers, like in late August last year.
It's similar in that way from our standpoint here.
And they're exciting because they're playing exciting basketball. It's not what you see across the NBA. When they play defense like that, and I think this is a town, and yeah, we have the going to work Pistons, and I know there was a lot of rule changes and a lot of things where that might not be possible anymore, but this is a town that can appreciate both sides of the ball, where they're playing really good aggressive defense, and then in turn that creates fast break opportunities and excitement offensively.
Ticket Texter says Cascade because he rains down threes, Arcade because he has a lot of game, Cunning Bam. That may be more adult film names. What do we got here? It says Lone Star, Bandcade, K-Dance. These are bad. Deuce, I've heard people call him Deuce. Where's 2? But that's not going to be his
Deuce. Who wants? Yeah. It's a little bit different than being called Trey.
I'm a big believer in nicknames just happen naturally.
Yeah.
When you try to force them like this.
Here comes the Deuce. That's what I say every morning.
Heather with the news.
Thank you very much. So after those 3 children were found living alone for years in that filthy Pontiac home, Michigan lawmakers are now pushing to change what happens when a student leaves a school so that other kids that are pulled from schools don't end up in a similar situation. Oakland County Sheriff Michael Bouchard says that the children were able to miss school for years due to a gap in the state school code. So the children's previous school thought that they were moving on to another school, right? But they never received confirmation that they were enrolled somewhere else before they just kind of dropped them from their roles. So that's kind of how they went missing, right? So now lawmakers are proposing that such confirmation must be required before a school can just remove a student from its role. So you must get confirmation that a student is re-enrolled in a new school when they drop out of one. And it makes sense. Like when you hear this story, that's what I thought. How they were in school. How could this have happened? And clearly it's because of this. So hopefully it sounds like this new legislation will be introduced next week. Wayne State University is now offering free tuition to Michigan students whose families earn $80,000 a year or less. So the university is raising its previous $70,000 income threshold, and it's all part of the Wayne State Guaranteed Tuition Pledge. And this pledge was actually announced in 2023, so it's pretty new, but it covers full cost of tuition and standard fees with federal, state, and other Wayne State University scholarships and grants, and is renewable for up to 4 years. So families that make less than $80,000 a year and have $50,000 or less in assets now qualify for this free tuition program.
It's awesome.
Like, it's so awesome. I mean, there's other things you have to do, right? Like you have to enroll for full time every semester.
Yep.
And things, I mean, you could go down the list, but it's pretty incredible. As of the fall of 2024, 2,080 undergraduate students have benefited from this program.
It's awesome.
It's incredible.
Giving
for
people
sure.
a shot. Yep.
You guys, the first measles death has been reported in Texas during this outbreak that's left over 120 people infected. Health officials say that a child who was hospitalized with the measles died. They say this marks the first death in the state's latest outbreak, which is, they say, the largest outbreak in close to 30 years. The child who did die was unvaccinated. They say the children between the ages of 5 to 17 are the most effective. 39 measles cases were reported among young children up to 4 years old. Also, in the neighboring state of New Mexico, there's been 9 cases reported. Also, cases in Alaska, California, Georgia, New York, New Mexico, New Jersey, and Rhode Island. Yeah, it's one of the most contagious diseases in the world.
Yeah.
So, good news. There is a vaccine.
Right.
Very preventable.
And this was avoidable.
Yes. This is something you guys will be able to talk a little bit further on than me, but the NFL may be on the verge of changing its overtime rules again. And
As they should,
You
yes.
know way more about this than me, but during the combine on Wednesday, league executive Troy Vincent said it's time to rethink the overtime rules and make them the same in the regular season as in the playoffs, in the postseason. So the league's competition committee also agrees that things need to change.
Yeah, they've got to tweak it. They've got to make some adjustments. Both teams should be able to possess. It shouldn't be decided on who wins the coin toss.
Exactly.
And they also need, instead of just being 10 minutes, it needs to be 15. Because if you have a team that goes down and scores a touchdown and it's a 7-minute drive, now you're telling me I've got 3 minutes to do the same thing?
I know they're concerned about wear and tear, but I think if you play
not every game goes to overtime.
And if you do go to overtime, these wins mean a lot.
Yeah.
You want to have a chance to possess the football.
There's some major changes that could be coming to the Wendy's Frosty. And this could be... No,
they're good changes.
I mean, you can still.
It's all a matter of perspective.
Yes, it depends,
because they're perfect as is.
They are, but could they be better?
Could you have more options?
You could. So there's an anonymous source that says customers will soon be able to customize their Frosty with the new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So the Frosty Swirl will let customers add caramel, strawberry, or brownie batter swirl to any Frosty.
Brownie batter.
Yeah,
Whoa.
that will be on the menus apparently in April. And then the Frosty Fusion can mix in sauce and various sweet treats to the vanilla or chocolate Frosty. It's kind of, they say, could be similar to the McFlurry or to like a Blizzard from Dairy Queen.
Well, because I ask, I mean, the chocolate is the iconic Wendy's Frosty, and they've done some, like they did like a wild berry purple one. It was not that good.
They've done like an orange creamsicle flavor too. They've introduced flavors with the base being like the vanilla base mixed in with flavors. Yep. Those have all been like limited edition, right? So it sounds like this could be just
something here to stay.
Yeah, you can
Another
still
option.
get.
You can still just get your classic.
Yeah.
As long as they don't have the same issue that you have at McDonald's, where every time you order one, the
Frosty
machine's
machine
broke.
doesn't work.
Yeah.
How are all of the ice cream machines in the country broken at every McDonald's? Come on, guys.
It is. It's an epidemic.
Yep.
Heather with the news. Coming up next, for life's questions, we turn to John Jansen. What could go wrong? He is the expert, air quotes. Life advice, dear John, next 97.1. We got some response on the ticket text to Dear John. We're talking a little about the Pistons today, some texts on that. And then tonight, there's always something going on in Detroit sports now. Tonight, the Wings will skate with the Columbus Blue Jackets.
Yep. Be a good measuring stick, just like last night was. Now, it's obviously not the same competition, Red Wings and the Blue Jackets, but
meaningful in the sense that these two teams are on the playoff bubble.
Yeah, create a little separation between you and everybody else.
All right, on the topics from Dear John. Mm-hmm. This guy wants to go from landscape lighting to full-blown house generator. Haha, good luck.
Yeah,
He's
it's
ambitious.
not quite as simple as just watching a YouTube video.
People do feel like they can do anything with YouTube now these days, though.
Oh, people feel like they can do anything even before YouTube. It just empowers them a little bit more.
John, I work for a company that installs 10 generators a day. Top installer in the region. It says, I can get this guy an estimate, Nate and Clausen. Yeah, you do not want to do that one alone. Wow, I actually agree with Cookies regarding the Bills. Maybe the first time I've ever agreed with Jim on anything. That was more of the percentage versus the 50-50.
Right.
But I think what makes that question so tough is this guy's just moving and you don't know that you're going to be marrying this person or they're your forever person. You're trying to figure that out when you move in with somebody.
You better look at the length of the lease first.
Oh, I'm sure people have horror stories with that.
What's the exit clause?
Ugh. A lot of these places, too, like you owe last month, next month, and the current month.
First and last month's rent, and then,
End up, getting forced to stay. Mm-hmm. Ticket texters. This one says, here's the thing. When it comes to the kids question, my only thought about traveling versus having kids is you never know what it's like to have kids until you have kids. Having kids is a much greater satisfaction than traveling anywhere in this world or out of it.
True, but at 28, you have the luxury of traveling and still having the time to have kids later.
Well, you think you have the luxury of time.
Well, you're right. Well, I mean, very true. You never know when your time is going to be. But I say, if you don't have kids, do your traveling and then have them.
Sure. You don't want to resent that you had kids young. You don't want to go, well, I could have gone to these destinations, but now I can't because I have kids. You don't want to
I don't think you'd ever say that. I mean, I could say that now. Like, I could have been traveling these past 3 years.
But you went and did the travel.
I did, but there's more I want to see. There's more I was going to do and haven't done it yet.
Or you could just span it over a number of years and start over when you're, 45.
Really old. Oh, what? The traveling or the kids?
The kids.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so I was 45 when we had Teddy, so 45, 46, 45.
You know what?
Somewhere in there.
45 is the new 30.
30. Sure.
Who's the actor that had a kid in his...
De Niro?
Yeah, how old was he?
De Niro had one, and so
Pacino
did Pacino. Yeah.
Hey.
Pacino, I think, was in his 80s.
I think so.
I mean, let's keep an eye on Belichick.
Oh boy.
Well, they're kind of both.
I mean, see if he still got swimmers.
I'm sure he does. How old is he? He's not. I mean, we just said
How old is
Pacino
he?
and whatever. He's not that old.
I think he's 72.
Yeah, he's not that old compared to those two guys.
Yes. Okay. Compared to a 90-year-old,
Yeah.
he's a spring chicken.
Exactly. Compared to a 23-year-old, he's an old fart. So,
What do you guys think about these older guys, like this 35, 40 plus age gap with going to?
So when you hear Gene Hackman, and he was 95, you're like, okay, and his wife who passed with him
was 63.
was 60. So 63. I thought you said 66.
I don't know.
think it was
I
63.
think
Either
it
way,
was
We're talking like a
63.
30-year gap.
right. So it's all a matter of perspective. At 95 and 66, you're like, oh, well, they're both kind of elderly. He's obviously much more.
That's still
63
that's
is
a big
not
gap.
elderly.
That's a big gap.
It's retirement age.
That's a little pre-retirement.
Can be. Yeah.
Older. I wouldn't call it elderly.
Well,
Elderly to me is like when you're frail and old. Like when you're like, you I don't know.
All right. Well,
Whatever,
So
she's
anyway,
old.
yeah, she's old. But when you think about it, and you go in reverse, and you say, okay, well, if he was 65, and she was, 27, you're like, oh, okay, well, seems a little odd then.
So, one of my takes on it, people have fetishes, right?
Yes, Tom.
How come women never
go
get
this way?
Maybe some women have old man fetishes.
Well, I don't think there's any question that some do.
Like they never. It's always Belichick, how creepy, blah blah, and all these old guys always get picked on. It's never the reverse.
No, it's not a fetish in the men. They like the money.
Right, that too. But it could also be. I mean, people have feet fetishes.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
nobody wants like an old,
dirty,
wrinkly-
unwashed feet.
You want to be with
Turn
her.
the lights off. Don't wear glasses. There's a lot of answers to this.
Let us know your fetishes. 248.
What else you want?
Skin spots, liver spots. Gross.
Liver spots.
You don't hear many women go, "Oh, the liver spots really got me going."
Turned them off.
Oh.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would have been into it except for the liver spots.
Well, back in the day, remember when Oprah interviewed Drew Brees and he's got that birthmark on his face? And so she introduced him and goes, oh, you got something on your face here. She didn't know.
No.
I've never seen this.
This is outstanding audio.
I did not. I have not heard that either.
She had the, birth fetish. Birthmark, maybe. No, she didn't know.
Oh, no.
Clearly. Yeah, there are a number of different ones where hey, people are into what they're into.
Great time for Gator to walk into the studio.
What about personality, John?
Gator, what's your fetish?
Yes. Yeah, she had a joke book. She's hilarious.
Gator, what's going on?
What's what I missed?
You don't know what you walked into, and it's not fair to you.
Yeah.
Not.
Tom brought up Belichick and the age gap, and I don't know how it came up. Then fetishes came up.
Gene Hackman.
Yeah.
And his wife.
Yeah, Gene Hackman.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yes.
Tying all of them together is very weird.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
anyway, it's better to just move on. Clean slate. Gator, how you doing? How's your Thursday?
All right. I feel like maybe I took a stray on something. I don't know. Good. Happy. Went to the Pistons game last night. That was good.
That's right.
Big Red Wing games coming up. One tonight, and then
Columbus, and then in the Horseshoe Saturday. Yeah.
Big matchups.
How would you describe the Pistons crowd? Because we just get what we see on TV.
I was actually slightly disappointed because I expected it to be a bigger crowd. Still a decent crowd. I would guess that there were actually, like 15,000 people there, but it seats like 19 and a half. So there were empty seats in the upper level, and you could see some empty seats. But it was a loud crowd, and there were a lot of Boston fans. A lot of Boston fans. Anytime that Tatum would hit a shot, they would go nuts, and I didn't really like that. But as the game was going on, the crowd got into it, obviously. I mean, they were on the edge of the seat every time Beasley had the ball in his hand, waiting for him to launch another three. And it was, it's a fun team to watch right now.
You guys going to talk about them? What else you got planned?
Well, there's going to be plenty of Piston talk, but we'll mix in some more from Brad Holmes down at the Combine, some college basketball. So fun. Are you going to eat that in the noon hour?
All right.
Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
All right, welcome to the Karsh and Anderson program. I am Doug Karsh. That is Scott the Gator Anderson. How are you today, Scott?
I'm doing all right.
Yeah. You have fun last night?
I did, yeah. Drove out to the Pistons game, and that was fun. Off to a great start, and Boston couldn't knock down a shot early, and Pistons built up a nice lead, and then it went away quickly. And
dude, with Boston, it can go away quickly.
I said this at halftime. I was talking to a couple different people, and King, you might appreciate this more than Doug because of the gambling aspect. But it felt like watching that lead go away was like getting on a bad streak at the blackjack table, where you cannot win. It's just no matter what what are you up? I'm up a couple $100. I'm doing pretty well. And 2 minutes later, you're like, where are you? I'm down. Like, what happened?
Well, the Celtics are so good, like their roster and as a team and everything. They are the dealer. You know, like you feel like they're definitely going to come back at some point.
The house rules.
I watched that game and I'm like, I felt good, of course, but I didn't feel great. You know, there's always that chance, hey, the dealer is going to get me at some point. I just got to withstand it, right, Gator?
Yeah.
I got to win the big hands,
you got to ride
lose
it out,
the small ones.
Right? Don't bet too big right now. You're not going to you just ride it out, ride up the shoe, and then maybe you get the next one. Yeah.
Right, here's the max bet.
Yeah, here we go.
They jumped on Boston early, as you mentioned, and using a 14-0 run, and Malik Beasley had 12 in that stretch. And then Boston bounced back and made it 20-19. Celtics led. Then the lead ballooned to 15 after the Celtics took the lead, and they were tied at half.
It was unbelievable.
With Boston, their starters were 14 of 36 from three, and you feel like they're never dead or they're never out of it. Of course, Detroit made their day in the paint. They dominated the paint.
I mean, this is today's basketball, right? And Boston won the championship, and they win a championship because they can knock down those shots. They took 49 3-point shots in that game.
Everybody can shoot them for that.
They only took 80 shots in the game.
Yeah.
49 of them were from three-point land. The Pistons, conversely, took 89 shots, but only 33 were from three. But the Pistons knocked them down. They knocked down 39% of those shots. So that does it. You know, you see that disparity, and there was a huge rebound disparity. 51-32 was the rebound disparity in favor of the Pistons.
Yeah.
So, I mean, anything the Celtics missed, the Pistons just grabbed, and then the Pistons had a bunch of offensive rebounds. It was that was a good game, you know, and I recognize that that they didn't have one of their better players playing in that game, and I don't care because the Pistons still playing without Jaden Ivey, and they played without Dennis Schroeder last night as well. So
and Fontecchio
and Simone Fontecchio. Where has he been this year? What the guy we saw last year was like, oh, can't wait to see him this year. And he's just completely disappeared. But it was a game that we went into it saying kind of a big game, taking on the defending champs, a team that had won 6 in a row, a team that has owned the Pistons over the last, 3 seasons. I don't think the Pistons had won in a bunch of years against them. And we're looking at this saying, okay, a little bit of a yardstick or measuring stick for us as fans and us as talk show hosts. Like, let's see where they're at.
Yep.
And then they go out and they absolutely spank the Celtics. They spanked them. As you mentioned, sure, Boston came back and tied it at the half, and then the Pistons said, all right, enough of this.
Well, it's
go
just
up by 11 after 3. And then
it's just where a pretender folds. Like a pretender folds when Boston comes back twice and erases big Detroit leads. A pretender doesn't respond. A team that is establishing itself as legit, there's all kinds of tests you have to pass. One of them is just winning the game, and they won the game against the Boston team that have been playing very well. 2 is withstanding their run. Like I would imagine throughout that game, Boston never felt out of it. They probably weren't panicked. No. They were like, yeah, we can still win this game, and we expect to win this game because they are the defending NBA champs, and the Pistons are the Pistons. And Boston, quite frankly, has shown in the past that they don't respect the Pistons, and we'll give some examples why coming up. But they won the game. They answered the bell. And I do wish that these two teams played one more time in the regular season, because I think there is an element of you cannot help but see a team that you've beaten 13 consecutive times. The many guys on this Boston roster probably have never lost to. that takes the court, and they're just like, yeah, it's the Pistons. I get it that they're hot. I get it that they're the story of the league. But Boston walked onto the court last night thinking we just do our thing and we win this game. I don't suspect that they looked at it as a big game. We looked at it as a big game.
They may not have. I mean, they beat the Pistons the previous 3 games this year. They won the last game in December by 24 points over the Pistons. So they're feeling pretty chesty about it, I would imagine. But they did rest one of their better players. But Pistons blew them out by 20. Yeah. And the Pistons, they should, I don't care about it. They just go out and do your thing. And, the Pistons did make 53% of their overall shots. They shot well. They defended well. They out-rebounded. They played a better game, and they embarrassed Boston last night, frankly. So to win, they're now 8th in a row. The Pistons have won 8 games in a row. Think about that.
Oh, yeah. I've been thinking about it all morning.
That's half their win total from last year, isn't it? Or
more than half.
More than half.
Dude, last year, I'm pretty sure, you correct me if I'm wrong, Kang, you too. I'm pretty sure last year they couldn't win 3 in a row.
I'll check that.
Yeah, do you want to check that?
Listen, 8 isn't a teen number, but that's still a pretty impressive streak.
Oh, start with a teen number.
I'm just saying 8 in a row is impressive.
It is impressive.
It is very impressive. Yeah. That should be the homework your daughter's kindergarten teachers.
Yeah.
Circle how many wins in a row the Pistons will end up with. That's a homework project. Yeah. There you go.
Pistons now 5 more wins in a row away from being a teen number.
Well, if you miss yesterday's show, and Kang's daughter had a homework project where she had to circle all the numbers that were teen numbers, and we got into this debate about 11 and 12. And if you go to Google and ask, is 12 a teen number? The first answer is no, it's not. The second answer is yes, it is. These are the first 2 populated fields if you ask Google, is 12 a teen number? So we got into this weird debate.
You got to confuse the kids early.
Yeah.
Let them know right off the bat.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't know. Shrug your shoulders as a math teacher in kindergarten.
So that if people are wondering what the hell we're referencing, that's it.
You can always use the rewind feature on Odyssey.
You can
the Odyssey app.
Hustle because it's all only bookmarked for 24 hours.
And I think we did that in the 1 o'clock hour yesterday.
Yeah, so you have plenty of time to hear this. It was a very compelling debate. Anyway, message sent, okay? Message sent. Boston received the message last night. The next matchup this year is going to be awesome.
Against Boston? Yeah, we can only hope that they get to that.
Can we all agree the next matchup with Boston has potential to be awesome?
Be potentially the second round of the
playoffs?
playoffs?
I do wish they played again because they got their attention, right? Now the Boston knows, all right, we can't mess around with this team, and I would like to see a Boston team that approaches it the way it was an approach from our standpoint. And I'm not dismissing. Please don't interpret this the wrong way. I'm not being dismissive at all of that win. That win was awesome. And it's catching people's attention around the country. There's plenty to discuss. We have a question for the fans that we will get to today at 10:20. And we do want to hear from you, Piston fans. That is coming up here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, we all know the cost of everything is going up. Heck, you can't leave your fast food restaurant, your favorite one, without spending at least $10 a person. So skip the drive-through and make it to your favorite Twin Peaks for happy hour. They run the best happy hour in the state with You Call It and Shot Caller. Do you drink Tito's? $5. Jack Daniels? $5. Captain Morgan? $5. 29 Degree, Dirty Blonde, or Naughty Brunette? Yep, you guessed it, $5. They even taken a step further with Shot Caller. You want to be a Shot Caller? Patron, $7. Woodford Reserve, $7. Grey Goose, yes, sir, $7. But it doesn't stop there. They've mixed in 8 food options like $5 fried pickles and Billionaire Bacon or $7 loaded fries, cheese bites, or their smoked chicken quesadilla. New and improved happy hour runs Monday through Thursday from 3 to 6. Then again, late night from 10 p.m. to close. Can't think of a better way to end a workday than heading to your favorite lodge and taking advantage of these awesome deals. And there's the beautiful Twin Peaks girls as well. If you're coming in today, you're in for a real treat. They're kicking off their amazing beanies and bikinis costume party. It runs till Sunday, so if you don't want to miss that. We all know how pricey it is going out for food these days. Enjoy great deals and the best company right now at Twin Peaks. Stop in today and see what it's all about. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. That's Tim Legler talking about the Pistons on ESPN. I was flipping through just some stuff today and going through sort of the morning routine. You know who's got a story on the Pistons today? The Wall Street Journal.
Really?
Yeah. Bobby Marks of ESPN tweeted out the following. The Detroit Pistons continue to be the best story in the NBA. And I was thinking about this. We went from one of the biggest stories in the NFL. Our team spent a bulk of this season being arguably the biggest story in the NFL. Maybe we could debate that. It doesn't even really matter. You don't have to. They were a big story. The Lions were a big story. And we get into the winter sports, and now the Pistons. I mean, everybody's saying it. They're the best story in the NBA. This has been a good time for Detroit sports. And it's really, really cool to have our team being processed nationally this way. I think we've all sort of watched this slow climb since the middle of December. And I think they're winning over their fan base, too. Like, you didn't the hardcores that have been winning this entire time, good for you. And I'm sure you're feeling a great sense of satisfaction today. But the people that have kind of been skeptical, been waiting. I mean, we took texts yesterday. And, Kang, you saw them and sent them over. Yeah, this has all been cool. Boston's going to kill them tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I said yesterday I expected Boston to win, and I said I wouldn't overreact if Boston beat the Pistons by 20. But I will overreact if the Pistons beat Boston by 20. We're going to the playoffs, baby. We're going to win a series. Doug, you mentioned the Lions grabbed national headlines in the 2024 season.
Yeah.
The Pistons are doing it right now.
Yep.
The Tigers did as well in the 2024 season. 3 of our local teams this season have grabbed national headlines.
Wow.
Like the attention of like other sports. Like Field Yates tweeting about
Yates. Who's ESPN?
Field Yates.
Field effing Yates, who's a football writer for ESPN.
Who should be concentrating on the combine, took time out of his day to go, by the way, the Pistons. Right?
Exactly. All right, so here's our question for you. What do you like most about this team? What do you like most about this team? Where when you watch them, is there something specific you're watching for? So you can say to your boys, see that right there. Is there anything about, like, what is it about this team that you like the most? 248-539-9797.
For me, it's just how they're growing together, and they're getting better and better, and the younger players are becoming better players. And now as a team, what you're seeing is the growth as a team. It's no longer, okay, we just got to worry about Cade Cunningham and that's it. Somebody else might flare up here in once in a while. No, now it's, yeah, Cade Cunningham's going to get you for 25 a night, and he's going to dish out 9 or 10 assists, so he's going to account for 40 points or whatever. You got to look out for Malik Beasley hitting the outside shot. Okay, try to stop that. Fair enough. Now they've developed Jalen Duren inside. Now he's become an inside force. Look out for the lob because he'll go up and get it and he'll slam it home. Okay, you think you got that under control because you don't believe in him? Okay, fair enough. How about Tobias Harris? Tobias Harris stepping back, knocking down three-point shots, backing down his defender and taking turnaround jumpers and fadeaway jumpers and knocking those down. This is, dare I say, kind of a complete team. They're not complete, but they're getting, like, that percentage is creeping up closer and closer to the top there with how complete they are. I really like what they have. And then they bring guys off the bench that are competent players off the bench. Isaiah Stewart does his job defensively, and I think he was plus 19 last night. This is a team that's worth watching, and you've got the youngest talent like the Asar Thompsons and Ron Hollands of the world that just bring energy.
Yeah, I just love how young they are. I mean, this is a team that has a 19-year-old Ron Holland, a 21-year-old Jalen Duren, a 23-year-old Isaiah Stewart, a 23-year-old Cade Cunningham, a 22-year-old Asar Thompson. Like, this is a young basketball team. They're the 4th youngest in the league. Interestingly, the youngest team in the league is one of the better teams in the league in Oklahoma City. But this is a very, very young basketball team. And you have to be enthusiastic about what is next. And it's kind of all happening in front of our eyes. And look, anybody who lived through the Red Wings of the 90s, the build up to them, and getting out of the first round, making the playoffs and then getting out of the first round and then making it to the Stanley Cup Finals and then getting swept in the Stanley Cup Finals and sort of each year going up rungs in the ladder. Pistons, the bad boy Pistons is maybe the greatest example of, can they get past Atlanta? And then when they got past Atlanta, it was, can they get past the Celtics? And they didn't. And then they finally did. And could they get past the Lakers? And they didn't. And then they finally did. There was a buildup with that team. We've watched it with the Lions.
Yep.
0-7, and then they get hot as hell. And then it feels like they're winning 9 out of 10 games since. The Tigers were terrible. They had that one-off season where they signed Pudge and Fernando Vina and Rondell White, and all of a sudden they started getting better and better. And this is the infancy stages, and they're so freaking young. And you know what's not going to happen right now? They've set it up so you probably aren't going to see Cade Cunningham say, I just want to go somewhere where I can win, man.
You know what I like watching now is when Asar Thompson has the ball and they clear out of space. They're like, you go ahead and you go one-on-one. I love watching that guy work because he's only going to get better, and he's already showing that he's going to be pretty darn good.
Yep. 248-539-9797.
My favorite thing about this team right now is just, I spoke about how the going to work Pistons did it and how the bad boy Pistons did it, and they did it by kind of crashing the party and doing it their own way. I feel like this Pistons team is kind of doing that as well. Like, they have the three-point shooting because it's an absolute necessary thing in today's basketball. But with that being said, they play defense, they hustle. I don't think teams play defense the way they play defense. They score points in the paint where everyone's like, don't go in the paint, you only can shoot three-pointers, right? No, the Pistons last night dominated the paint. Hey, guess what? 2 points are pretty good, too, when they're high percentage. When Jalen Duren's dunking the ball or Asar's taking it to the hole or Sasser or Cade's ethical scoring, that's another thing that's very refreshing that they're doing that other teams don't do. So I like that. My favorite thing is they're crashing the party again with their own style.
248-539-9797. That's a great one. Let's go to Mark here on 97. We'll take it. Hi, Mark.
Good morning, gentlemen. So great to hear Pistons talk on the radio. My favorite thing about the team, and you guys were touching on it earlier, is when you have your best player in Cade Cunningham diving on the floor to make a play, that sets the tone for the rest of the team. And you don't see that in the NBA much anymore. All of our successful championship teams in Detroit played unrelenting defense, and you saw a glimpse of that last night, especially with Asar Thompson. 4 steals in an NBA game against a championship caliber team is very impressive. So I'm just loving this team, you guys, especially the fast break. They're exciting to watch, and this turnaround has been astonishing.
You sold him short, by the way, Mark. It was 5 steals last night.
Oh, 5 steals. Yeah. Even better. And you guys, I don't think he's even played a full NBA season yet with the injuries. So we're just scratching the surface.
I mean, the thing about it is there were injuries in the past. We're seeing a young group come up. Cade is a star, and other guys are finding their spots. When Asar Thompson put Jason Tatum on skates last night, it didn't even result in a basket. It resulted in a foul. But that place went crazy. Like, everybody was enjoying themselves. 248-539-9797. Bryant, you're next. What's up, Bryant?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
I'm one of those longtime fans, been waiting for this moment, man. We've come a long way from watching Malachi Flynn drop 50 on a random night. But what I love about this team, and mainly it's just watching Cade, because part of the reason I think the NBA and the ratings is down, it's all about just foul baiting and these stars going and shooting 10 to 12 free throws a game. And Cade doesn't need to do that. Like, you watch his game, and he can score at so many different levels. He controls his own pace. He's great, obviously, making assists and passing the ball, but it's refreshing to watch a guy that can score 50 or can score 30 or 40 points a game, and he shoots maybe 4 or 5 throws. Like, he's doing it in such a productive way where he doesn't need the help from the rest to get there.
And he can maybe not score for a quarter and a half at times, or not score as much as you'd like him to, and then he explodes. He's an explosion waiting to happen. He takes over when if he has to, he goes ahead and takes over.
Yeah, and you talk about, you hear George and Greg talk about on the calls all the time how he gets assaulted going to the rim half the time and they never call it. And he doesn't let him affect his game. He just plays through it. Maybe he'll start to get that respect, as he becomes better and the team becomes better. But it's just refreshing to watch a guy not trying to, shoot 12 free throws and bait the refs into all these calls. So it's enjoyable to watch, and it's been a long time coming, man. So it's exciting to see.
We should probably start thinking about what kind of players bait refs and try and get to the free throw line.
Can you think of one?
I can't. 248-539-9797. This goes back years, people. It goes back years of how much I cannot stand the way Trae Young plays basketball. But that's not Cade. You heard Kang use the term ethical scorer. All right, you tell us, what do you like most about this Piston team? And look, we got to play something a Celtics said last year. And we'll play it for you coming up because it's indicative of what people used to think about the Pistons. That is coming up at 10:35 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Keeping your house warm this winter has got to be a priority, right? Of course it is. That's why the red, white, and blue trucks, they're everywhere. Call the expert technicians at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, and they're going to help you and your family stay warm this winter. Look, they are amazing. They're everywhere for a reason because people need help, and these guys come out and they help you right away. But don't just take my word for it. Go ahead, do you some research. Check out the A+ rating they have from the Better Business Bureau, or how about some of those 5-star reviews on Google, and read what they say about them on Google. Really specific as to why they're awesome. So whether it's your furnace or a water heater, boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
We've gone from having one of the best stories in football / best sports stories in all of sports with the Lions to now what is being hailed as the best story in the NBA. It's the Detroit Pistons, a 117-97 winner over the defending NBA champs Boston Celtics last night. Message sent, message received. The Pistons are no longer a team to be messed with. You have to take them seriously. Is it possible Boston didn't look at this the same way we did? Of course. Of course, in Detroit, this was probably the most important regular season game in years from a standpoint of how it was approached, how it was looked at, how our team, put a lot into it.
Well, they just want to keep winning. I mean, that's the thing. I don't know if it was the most important game of the season or in years, but it's an opportunity to show the rest of the league that, they are to be taken seriously. And that this isn't just a cute story. I mean, this is a growing team. You don't win 8 games in the NBA in a row just on a lark. I mean, you have to be good to do that. And this is as good as the next test is, because the next test is tomorrow night and it's Denver. That's not easy. So you got to keep stacking, keep doing what you can do. But the fact that they went out and blew out Boston, that they had huge leads, lost them, had a huge lead, lost it, and then had a massive lead and kept it and won by 20. Yeah, that's impressive.
So, look, yesterday we heard, hey, is that disrespectful from Ben Johnson?
Mm-hmm.
Our former offensive coordinator, who is now the head coach of the Chicago Bears. It felt like there were some slights coming at Detroit when he spoke of his new team and, praising Caleb Williams, but then kind of pointing out what Jared Goff isn't capable of. And there was Penei Sewell. There was that comment he made. Penei Sewell threw a better ball than Jared Goff. Like, it was just weird. And he didn't need to do it the way he did. Chicago pizza is better than Detroit pizza. Whatever. We know what he's doing. He's trying to appeal to his new
He's
fans.
a jerk.
Well, that can be perceived as some kind of disrespect. I don't know how else to perceive what Jaylen Brown of the Celtics said about the Pistons at Celtics Media Day. This was circulating on the internet last night. People tagged us on it. We do appreciate it. Jaylen Brown, what was he talking about, Kang? Like leadership, how he wanted to be a better leader or something?
Yes.
And
it was like media day for the Celtics.
Yeah, it was
Before
back in September.
Game.
This is back in September 24th. Okay? So this will tell you a little bit, because for some reason he brings up the Pistons. And this will tell you a little bit about how this team, at least the Celtics team, approached or how they perceived the Pistons. Jaylen Brown from Celtics Media Day, here's what he said. I mean, he's basically...
Says the guy who didn't play last night.
But he's basically saying is the Pistons are our get-right game. When we play the Pistons, yeah, we're going to feature Sam Hauser and Peyton Pritchard because, and I quote, we're still going to win the game. That's the way the Celtics thought of the Pistons 5 months ago. And that, I hope, is echoed and being replayed over and over in the Piston locker room. I mean, maybe that stuff doesn't matter when you're a pro, but he did say no disrespect.
I did say no disrespect. And look, I'll cut him a little bit of slack with that because he does say that and he's trying to make a point. And by making that point, he actually threw a team name at it. He didn't have to. He could have said, if you're playing a team that's not a playoff team or a team that struck over the last couple of years, he just happened to say, no disrespect to the Pistons. It is what it is.
I think it's not like you. Usually you do fine.
I can, but I also look. I think it's ironic as hell that he doesn't even. He sits the game out last night.
Yeah.
So whatever, load management. Enjoy that. I understand what he's trying to say, though. I think it's more than a little arrogant to come out and say it.
Yep.
Sometimes we know that we don't have to bring our best against some of these awful teams. We'll let some of the young guys have a chance to, hey, you take 10 3-point shots and we'll run the offense for you. We're going to take a little break here.
He went so far as to say, we're still going to win the game.
Right.
We don't have to try to beat Detroit. That's we'll just roll out the basketball and beat.
Well, and you
Detroit.
know what? Maybe last year's team, that's exactly how you could approach it. But he says this before the season begins. So before you can see what kind of team they have,
Gator, here's the thing. You always, I like to fall back on wise words spoken by wise people.
Mm-hmm.
And the wise words in this particular instance are not up in here. Not up in here. Not anymore up in here.
No, it's a totally different team. Yep. And if teams didn't recognize that before the season, that's on them. I think we all were kind of feeling it out to start the season. What's this going to be like? Bringing Tobias back, is that a big move? Is that a good move? Who's Malik Beasley? What's he going to do for this team? I don't know. New coach, new GM. I don't know.
You know what's going on, Gator? We're feeling kind of chesty.
I'm not feeling chesty.
Aren't you?
No, I'm liking what I'm seeing. I'm enjoying this ride. No, because they haven't done anything yet, right? Yeah, they've won 33 games.
I can't
They're
sit
7
here.
above 500. They've won 8 in a row. I like all these things, but have they played a playoff game together yet?
No, they
So
haven't.
they haven't done that. They haven't won. They haven't won a series. They haven't done anything yet, but they're trending in the right direction. That I like.
I think in the context of where this organization is, they've done quite a bit. They haven't done anything on a championship scale, but I think in the context of where they've been and where they're trying to get, I'm going to go ahead and say I think they've done something.
But they got to finish it. They have to. I mean, it's great where they're at right now. Well, yeah, but I'm saying I'm not going to get chesty about something until there's reason to get chesty about it.
This feels like the calls we get. Why are you guys so excited about the Lions? They haven't even made it to the Super Bowl yet. You're that guy right now.
No, I'm not that guy right now because that team went through 2 playoffs.
All right, let's get to your phone calls. Kevin in Ann Arbor, you're on 97.1. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
I, like a lot of people here who've called in, we've watched a lot of bad basketball. I think about, I was at the game last night. I've been sharing season tickets now for about a few seasons now. This time last year, we were talking about Isaiah Livers being in the starting rotation. And now we are in a completely different state of mind. And I'm not going to repeat what everyone else said, but I also want to add in is one of the biggest surprises since the probably 4 games out of the All-Star break is Jalen Duren started the season off really inconsistent, and he's turned into such a good, consistent player within the system. And not only has his defense been good, his second chance rebounds, second chance points, and passing have all been stellar. And I am with you, Gator. I am cautiously optimistic, and we're trending upwards. But they're doing the things that you want to see, which is they're getting boards, and the second unit is being consistent. And we don't even have Ivy back. There's going to be a lot of questions in the offseason, but I think going forward with having an all-star in this team and having a lot of young talent, and the star being a lockdown defender, and it's that you have now 2 great defenders on each unit, both being Asar and Ron Holland. I don't think we'll be in the same position we were last season in the offseason, but there are very, 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 very many reasons to be optimistic of going forward.
Jalen Duren has double-digit point totals in 19 of his last 21 games. He has double-digit rebound totals in 18 of his last 21 games. This guy's a double-double every night, basically. And that's the development I'm talking about when you get these younger players. And then you mentioned as well, Kevin, to start the season, maybe not off to a great start for him and not sure what his role was, but it's clearly defined now, and this guy is just balling every night.
It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents, and they have elite customer service. It's a huge difference. Michigan Auto Law chooses to take on fewer cases than other law firms. They take on fewer cases on purpose. This means they have more time for your case, a formula that leads to faster and larger settlements for their clients. Many people call Michigan Auto Law because they can't get a call back from their current law firm. Proactive communication is super important to them. Michigan Auto Law returns all phone calls within 24 hours. You will get a call back from them. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Well, Pistons are making waves, that's for sure. Feedback coming in. The Pistons holding the Celtics under 100 points and winning by 20 is absolutely amazing. I don't believe the Celtics have been held under 100 all season. That is from an unnamed texter, and let me double check that and see if that's the case. They were held under 100 in LA against the Lakers. They lost 117-96, which is a strikingly similar score to last night's 117-97 loss. And they lost to the Thunder 105-92. So it's happened a couple times. It's still impressive, but I am the captain of the Asar bandwagon. 4 steals in the first quarter. He was credited for 5 total. I swear he had 10. He was freaking everywhere.
Dude, he was all over Jason Tatum defensively. And then the highlight reel of crossing Tatum over on the offense was making the rounds all over the internet last night. Like, Jason Tatum thought, I mean, he was backpedaling into, like, no man's land. Like, he was like, please, God, help me. Don't make me fall.
Yep. That kid's playing with confidence.
Asar Thompson's tremendous.
Yeah. It's great.
Today's Piston thought: 1, no team wants to play the Pistons in a playoff series right now. 2, Asar Thompson and Ron Holland might be the best on-ball defenders we've had since Dennis Rodman and Ron Artest. 3, Malik.
Ron Artest.
Yeah, Ron Artest. Dennis Rodman and who's he mean?
Sally?
I don't know. 3, Malik Beasley's great play and his love for Detroit make him the type of guy that the city of Detroit really embraces. I'm so glad he did not get traded at the deadline. He's a keeper. That's from Mike and Celine.
Yeah, I'm so glad that he spoke up and said, I want to stay. I want to be here.
Yep.
There's no question he's going to get a contract with the Pistons, right?
An offer. But the thing is, with the rules, just so people know, like, hey, why don't they sign Beasley right now? They can't do the NBA rules. No. They have to wait till the offseason, and then everyone gets a shot at Beasley because of his contract and the way it's working.
Yeah, I guess we're going to find out how much he wants to be here. Detroit does have cap space, and Beasley is having a bit of a career resurgence. The last time he had a really, really, really good statistical season was when he was on a terrible Minnesota team, and that's one of those examples of somebody has to score the points. Now Malik Beasley is contributing in a big way on a pretty damn good team. So,
yeah, he's got his role. Comes off the bench, lights it up. I mean, he's this generation's version of the microwave Vinnie Johnson, but he's more explosive offensively.
248-539-9797. I've watched the last 2 Piston games from start to finish. I can't remember the last time I did that. Hey, this team is good and fun to watch. April in the D. It's been a long time coming. That's from Roger and Mount Clemens. Doug, did you say you've been thinking about the Pistons all morning? Well, heck, Gator must have been thinking about the Pistons while he was in the shower this morning. That's from Barry in St. Clair Shores.
That actually wasn't the case.
Well, just so people know, Gator, it was a draft prospect, wasn't it? Do you remember who it was that you said, I was thinking about?
Just stop.
It's a true story.
Just stop.
Who is it you were thinking of in the shower?
Sorry, that in the morning was when I'm thinking about the show and coming up with topics and points and stuff like that. That yes, I use every time that I can. What?
Don't take this the wrong way.
Oh, okay. How am I
am not being critical. You said you were so locked in. You were thinking about an NBA draft prospect.
I did not say that.
In the shower.
Not an NBA draft.
Sorry, NFL. My apologies. An NFL draft prospect while in the shower.
248-539-9797. Same number to text us if you'd like to contact us that way. What's next? What else we got? What's going on?
You don't recall who it was, Gator?
Can we stop?
I think it was Penei Sewell.
It was not Penei Sewell.
Oh, so you know who it was?
No, sure, it was Penei Sewell. That's exactly what I thought it was. How perfect am I? If only I was hoping that he could slip to the Lions in the draft because I thought for sure Atlanta wouldn't be dumb enough to take somebody other than Penei Sewell. And yet they were dumb enough.
Okay, your listener just said it was Zach Wilson.
Can we move on?
They remember this, Gator.
Yeah, they're not the only ones, Doug. Kang. Well aware.
248.
Ha, ha, ha.
248-539-9797. From an unnamed texter, actually, we went from the Lions being the biggest story in sports to the Tigers being the biggest story in sports to now the Pistons being the biggest story.
Your move, Red Wings.
Yep. Dude, I got all kinds of trades I'm ready to make.
Are you?
I'm locked in, yeah.
Well, we're a week away.
It's happening. Nate in Grand Rapids. I love how much this team hustles on defense and in transition. You don't see that in the modern NBA. So there is a level of, it feels like they do have the effort thing from beginning to end. Like they're not, it's almost like they're too young to know better. Like, am I wrong? They feel like a team that's playing hard the entire 48 minutes?
They do. And I think that's what you can do when you have a young team. You're leaning on guys to go ahead and play. Make the most out of your opportunity.
Do we worry they might run out of gas doing that?
Well, if they were to be playing, 40 minutes a game, which they're not. Look at the numbers last night. Tobias played 34 and Cade played 34. Outside of that, nobody played more than 29 minutes.
Looking down at Twitch, yeah, Big D Dog says it was Zach Wilson.
Okay.
Detroit Maid says it was Zach Wilson. So apparently it was Zach Wilson. So just
you're really having fun, aren't you?
No, I'm just making sure that we know exactly. People are down with their Carson Anderson history. 248-539-9797. More feedback here. Do you guys think they will try and sign Beasley to a 3 or 4 year contract now? That's from Crum. Do I think they will try? Yes, I do. He is only 28 years old, and I think they will try. Again, that's why it's so important to see these strides being made. This is becoming an attractive place to play. Beasley might make the choice to stay here because he's playing an important role on a team that's winning enough that he's not going to say, I want to go somewhere where I can win. Right? Are we just getting started here?
Yeah.
I don't want to overpay for anybody. No one does. But he's a guy that I would kind of think about because we talk about wanting to be somewhere. I want players who want to be here. I want coaches who want to be here. I don't care if it's the Pistons, Wings, Lions, or Tigers. Because we saw what kind of happened with the last coach where we all kind of were like, especially at the end, did that guy want to be here? Did Monty Williams want to be here and coach his team?
I really hope not, because if he did, that's just a bad reflection on him.
But Malik Beasley has said it over and over again. He wants to be here. And what a difference it can make when you want to be somewhere, right? If you're not with us, we're going to beat you. Like the whole Bregman thing, if you didn't feel like he wanted to be here, then I don't want him here.
Right. And obviously he does. And look, he'll get paid either way, and if the decision comes down to he's got to make up his mind between one of two places, and Detroit's one of those places, would he give the Pistons that hometown discount everybody wants? I don't know, but it seems like the Pistons don't have to give a discount, that they've got money.
No, pay him market value, and you're good. I mean, things are getting crazy. I'm getting chesty. Kang wants the Pistons to acquire Alex Bregman. 248-539-9797. I'm most impressed with the Pistons' defense. During their 8-game winning streak, they've got 3 wins where they kept opponents under 100 points. Not an easy accomplishment in today's basketball. That's from Will at the GM Tech Center. Johnny in Rochester, I would say the unselfish play of the players, a total team. There is no diva on this team. More feedback saying Zach Wilson. Mike in Waterford says, I now watch the Pistons not only to watch Cade Cunningham turn into a complete stud, but also to watch Thompson and Durham. Will says, 2 things that impress me about the Pistons. 1, Cade Cunningham's bag is deeper than Ben Johnson's.
Shots fired at Ben Johnson.
Yeah. 2, Malik Beasley's confidence is fun to watch. I'll give him the green light to pull up from the logo. I don't care. Right, right, Will. Well, we'll pass it along to Malik. Will gives him the green light from the logo. Will don't care. Jim S. in Macomb says, I love Malik Beasley. Coach Bickerstaff should be coach of the year. And, of course, the growth of Cade Cunningham.
There was that sequence last night. It was a quick sequence where Beasley took the open 3, missed it, rebound came right back to him, and he just, okay, I'll knock it down now with a man on my face, and he did. Those are the moments, man, where the crowd loves that kind of stuff. Everybody loves that kind of stuff, and it feels like the Pistons having multiple moments like that during games. It's whether it's lobs and dunks or fast break points, whatever, the breakout passes that they're making, these 50-foot passes that are all like perfect.
Yeah.
It's drumming up feelings that we haven't had in a long time about the Pistons.
Mark writes in, yo, I don't know if this is the case. He starts with yo, by the way.
Yo.
He really did write yo.
Yo,
I don't know if this is the case, but I feel that the grit that the Lions had has rubbed off on all the other teams in Detroit. We are a hard-working state, and now the teams are showing us that they are going to go hard. April and the D will be back this year. Also, we have so much young talent on all the teams and in their pipelines. Golden era of Detroit sports. I think we got to win some titles before I go that far. And this is a very popular theory. People think that all of the Detroit teams have assumed this grit thing. And I'm not as big a subscriber to that, but it is popular.
Look, I think that it's a popular way to play in all sports. So this isn't just germane to Detroit, right? You teams that play with heart and with grit, the blue-collar attitude, we love them. We've had them here before. We got them here now, and we embrace that kind of attitude because that's the type of city Detroit is, and it's great to see.
248-539-9797. We'll get back to the Pistons. Got some college basketball to talk. We got the Red Wings a week away from the trade deadline. We got more from Brad Holmes in Indianapolis. Are you going to eat that in the noon hour? It is a busy day on Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Some Piston talk to open the show, and we'll keep reading your feedback and taking your phone calls. What do you like most about this Piston team? That has won 8 in a row, is being called the best story in the NBA by multiple media outlets national. It's not just us here singing their praises. What do you like most about this team? We'll circle back to the Pistons coming up. College basketball last night, one way to put it, Gator, is Trey Holloman hit his first 3 of the game.
That is one way to
propel the Spartans to a win.
I texted you guys because I didn't see the first half of the game, being at the Pistons game. Did Michigan State and Maryland just say "hold my beer" to U of M and Nebraska the way that was going, or was that just great defense being played?
I was at a high school basketball game last night, so I did not see it. I was following it online, and
both teams were shooting below 30% at the half. And to have the low score total at the end of the half, and Maryland was a really good 3-point shooting team, and they shot like 20%.
Mm-hmm.
Not good for them. I did catch the last 8 to 10 minutes of the game before I went back up to watch the second half of the game. Was with Woody Woodruff of Fox 2 when he and I were sitting watching
the second half of the Piston game that you were at last night.
Yes, so in the bowels of LCA watching the end of the State game. And that was quite a flurry, quite a finish. State had this, I think they got up to a 9-point lead with like 6 or 7 minutes to go, and then they decided to
look like are they going to blow this moment?
They were just like dribbling the ball out without taking shots or without even considering, hey, shot clock is going down. I appreciate working the clock down, but be prepared to shoot and not have just a shot clock violation. It was strange. And then sure enough, they make an errant pass. Holloman was the one who made the errant pass. Either made the errant pass or went the wrong way when he was expected to get the pass. However it was, he was part of that. And they end up fouling the Maryland player. They tie it up. Yikes. Maryland misses their shot at a 3-pointer to win it, but they launched it with like 4 seconds to go. And Cooper rebounds, sends it to Holloman. He makes a move and then launches it on State side of half court. And drains it. It was amazing.
With the win, the Spartans continue to, I would imagine, move up the seeding line. I was reading some of the March Madness seeding stuff from, I don't even remember who it was from. I apologize. I should know this, but the question was brought up, can Michigan State actually work up to the 1 line? And the comment was they'd probably have to win out and run the Big Ten tournament and maybe get some help because the top seeds are really strong. But what they're doing now is solidifying a 2 seed. I feel like 1s and 2 seeds, typically in March Madness, they just need to avoid the disaster and play their game. When you start getting into 3s through 5 seeds, these are teams that are capable of going on the run. And you look, there's been a lot of teams the last few years in that area. Bama did it last year. Yeah, Miami a couple of years ago. The 3 through 5s, these are typically teams that are flawed, but during the season, and this is where Michigan is, during the season, they'll show you they're capable of a Final Four run, but they just got to get hot at the right time. And Michigan State is starting to distinguish themselves as not one of those teams that just gets hot at the right time. They just starting to look like a team that, just show up, play your game, avoid a disaster, or avoid running into a buzzsaw. But they've got 3 straight wins over ranked teams. They got another one coming up on Sunday, a Wisconsin team that's playing very well that had that bizarre, inexplicable, blown 14-point lead in the last 7 minutes against Oregon. But still, another big win. I mean, when a shot like that goes in, you start going, well, is this a team of destiny? Is this team a team of destiny to win the Big Ten?
I mean, maybe to win the Big Ten, I guess. It's a solid team that really lacks the superstar, though Jace Richardson is asserting himself more and more. They've got 3 big wins here over Purdue, Michigan, and Maryland. Still have some work to do in the regular season here. It'd be real nice for Michigan State. Nice feather in the cap of Tom Izzo to claim another Big Ten championship, but they got some work to do. And, of course, really all anybody cares about is the tournament and how far can you go in the tournament. And when I see what Michigan State has done lately, can defense carry you that far in the tournament? If you don't have some stud on offense, is defense good enough to get you through the second weekend? Or is it just, it's good enough to get you to the Sweet 16, but...
Well, we've talked about party crashers. Is defense and lack of consistent three-point shooting, like this would be a party crashing way to do it that's not typical. They kind of reverted back to their three-point shooting selves after the Michigan win last night, as Holloman's made three, as I said, was their fourth made three of the game. Prior to that, they were 3 of 14. So Michigan's trying to hold serve tonight. They've got Rutgers at home, 9 o'clock Peacock game. Wolverines have not played very well offensively the last 3 halves. Simply put, they have credit teams they play, as always, but bottom line is I feel like the ball movement on that team has gotten very stagnant in watching them play. So we shall see if they can keep pace with Michigan State. 2 top teams in the Big Ten are from our state. 248-539-9797. Pistons with a pretty big win. Biggest regular season game since who knows when. But good to see them. And I got to say this about a couple things from the Pistons, that we have seen more than a little bit of criticism come in, that I just want to say, in this moment in time, hats off, okay? Hats off to Tom Gores. The money he ate on the Monty Williams contract, it was...
It's like $65 million or something,
yeah,
or whatever the hell it was.
He wrote a check to make Monty Williams go away of over $60 million or whatever, in the neighborhood of $60 million. I don't have the numbers right in front of me. And then, for whatever, I mean, you could say he had nothing to do with something to do with. Under his watch, they hired J.B. Bickerstaff, who's leading contender to be NBA Coach of the Year. So hats off to Tom Gores. And I mean, have you seen him in the front row?
No. Gores is a bit of an absentee owner. He doesn't go to many games, but I don't really care.
I don't hate that.
No, I mean,
are you sure he's not sitting behind Jalen Rose and we just can't see him?
It's possible.
I don't see him holding the T-shirt cannon, so maybe that's that. But yeah, I mean, it was the joke before, right? He's never here, running T-shirt cannon. This guy doesn't care. A bit of a joke, whatever. Kind of all over the place. You can go back to the summer and think and listen back to those press conferences, introducing the new coach and the new GM. He's kind of all over the place when he speaks. Mm-hmm. And it's like, all right, whatever, dude. But in the end, it looks like he got it right. Got it right hiring the coach, got it right hiring a GM, and then did the one thing that all fans don't think owners would ever do, and that is pay somebody off to buy out their contract. Yep. I shouldn't say pay somebody off. Buy out their contract. That's a monster contract to buy out. And he said, yep, we'll do it. Get it off the books. Move on to the next one. And that is something that the Pistons fans and sports fans appreciate from an owner. And I know that Tiger fans like, yeah, Chris Ilitch follows suit with Javi Baez. Well, Javi's owed like $73 million or $77 million on his contract. That's even more. That's a big pill to swallow. So, but and the update on Javi, he's going to DH tomorrow, his first appearance in the spring. We'll see what happens there. But I think by and large, fan bases love when owners do something like that. When because it's basically admitting a mistake. How do you get away from that mistake?
Well, I think Gores deserves a little bit of credit, knowing that he has taken quite a bit of criticism.
Yeah.
That is a huge check to write to get out from under a bad coaching situation that he was responsible for, but he didn't make it worse by keeping him around just because he didn't want to pay him off. He paid him off or bought him out, as you put, and was part of getting now what is the leading contender for NBA Coach of the Year. Somebody else I want to give credit to with the Pistons that has taken some heat, and we've seen it come in over the weeks. We'll get to that at 11:16, plus your phone calls and feedback. You want to keep going with the college basketball talk, we will take that. And those calls, what do you like most about this Piston team? What do you like most about this Piston team? It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, when the game tips off, the NBA action is just beginning on FanDuel, America's #1 sports book, because FanDuel is your home for NBA live betting. So Even if you miss the first few minutes of a game or want to bet on a fourth quarter comeback, you can make your picks from the first whistle until the final buzzer. Plus, you can even combine your bets, the live bets, into same-game parlays for a bigger shot at a payout. However you want to play, now is the perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. I do not recommend the same-game parlay there. I recommend money line, heavy favorite. Just bet them to win the game outright, and you'll get your $150 in bonus bets if they come through for you. Go to FanDuel.com/Doug to join today. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. He undersold it. It was more than half court.
That's how Woody and I sounded last night.
Is it?
Yeah.
Screaming.
Did not expect that.
Were you play-by-play, and he was the
color analyst?
Yeah, or
yeah,
the other way around.
No, I think we're just just observing. Man, kind of looked up. Woody's working. He's got his head down in his work on his computer or whatever. And occasionally he'd look up, and I'd up, hey man, it's a 4-point game now. Hey man, it's a 2-point game now. Hey man, it's tied. And then we saw